Order, honorable members. The first item on the order paper. Order. Honorable members, will you settle down? It's cold outside. Thank you. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The second item on the order paper is a debate on an urgent matter of national importance in terms of Rule 130. In the name of Mr. B N Herron, on failure of government to extradite persons implicated in corruption, as demonstrated by the recent case in the United Arab Emirates and the consequences thereof. I now recognize the Honorable Herron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair Leonardo da Vinci famously said, "I've been impressed with the urgency of doing. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Being willing is not enough, we must do." 4 days after we were told in April that South Africa's application for the extradition for the United Arab Emirates of the Gupta brothers had failed, I submitted a request to the Speaker in terms of Rule 130 for a debate on an urgent matter of public importance. 2 months later, here we are finally to discuss the urgent matter. While we waited, the subject was sliced, diced, chopped, analyzed, spun by just about everyone with an opinion besides us. We who were elected to hold government to account have twiddled our thumbs long enough to give government time to ponder its losses and announce a new strategy. Leonardo would have been impressed at the urgency of the Speaker's response to my request for this debate. But what's the point in declaring an urgent matter without treating it as urgent? Urgency is about determination to get something done. It's about something requiring immediate attention, speedy action, and acting with insistent necessity. Urgency is also about a state of mind that enables us to identify our priorities and ensure that we address them meticulously and effectively. I couldn't find a single word with the opposite meaning to urgency. The thesaurus suggested languid, lazy, sluggish, amongst other possibilities. Lack of urgency arguably describes the state's overall legal response to the entire Gupta brothers saga. On the UAE's version of events, our extradition application lacked the determination to get something done. It lacked the meticulous attention to detail that acting with insistent necessity demanded. It lacked urgency. The application lacked the necessary urgency to succeed, just as Parliament lacked the urgency to schedule this urgent debate urgently. Lack of urgency has regrettably become a defining characteristic of government. We know that extradition applications are fraught with difficulties. Applicant countries must often go to extraordinary lengths to convince the holding country to extradite citizens or residents to face trial. It's a high-stakes endeavor that demanded the very best from our prosecuting authority and members of the executive. The minister's remark that the extradition was denied on a technicality seems to confirm the UAE's version that South Africa did not meet the legal requirements of the extradition agreement between the two countries. We did not submit a live warrant of arrest in support of our application. The application was considered with a cancelled warrant of arrest, and this is why the extradition application was apparently denied. A failure of meticulousness betraying a deeper lack of urgency. It could be regarded as a technicality. Alternatively, an unnecessary and careless error, the types of error that should be inconceivable in such high-stake cases. Chief Justice Raymond Zondo handed the last parts of his state capture report to the President a year ago. The report unraveled a web of questionable companies and individuals in the state and outside, including members of the executive and a former state president, who allegedly colluded in the theft of billions of rand of taxpayers' money. The Gupta brothers, rightly or wrongly, became the poster boys of alleged state capture. For South Africans to believe in the integrity of the billion rand investment in the Zondo Commission is inextricably linked to their prosecutions. So there was a lot riding on the matter, the billions of rand and the nation's belief and self-esteem. That's why we asked for this urgent debate on a matter of national public importance. We've listened to thousands of words from the minister and his department, seeking to assure South Africa that they did their best and seeking to diplomatically place the blame for the failure of the extradition application on the UAE. Besides details of the state-to-state engagement or non-engagement behind the scenes, we know very little. Given the failure in which South Africa was an applicant in a UAE court, we have questions about whether we consulted the right people in the UAE with the necessary expertise and knowledge of the UAE system of justice. If ours was a purely technical mistake, surely this would have been picked up and addressed had we been taking advice from people of high competence. Nor can we avoid questions relating to our own competence. For the past 5 years, we've been regularly assured that the criminal justice system, especially the National Prosecuting Authority, was being increasingly resourced so that it could prosecute those who have stolen from us. The arrest of the Gupta brothers on the back of an Interpol red notice was a very significant step to demonstrating this growth. It reflected a National Prosecuting Authority that no longer followed the instructions of political masters like sheep. But looks can be deceptive. The failure to extradite the Guptas was a devastating blow to all patriotic and law-abiding South Africans. The fact that they slipped through the NPA's fingers, free as birds to holiday in Switzerland and take up citizenship of Vanuatu, rubs salt in the wound. If this is a result of sloppy legal work, then heads should roll. We know that the minister met his UAE counterpart last week, and they established a joint task team which will commence work next week on a fresh extradition process. Make no mistake, the Guptas will take the best legal advice, and if they advise that the new agreement is threatening, they'll already be taking steps to reduce their exposure in the UAE. South Africa is buckling under multiple disorders, from the rising cost of living to poverty and food insecurity, and from broken electricity supply to failing passenger and freight rail transport. We need to hear from the minister how those who created this undeserved suffering for their own personal greed will be held accountable. This debate was proposed on the back of the failed extradition application of the Gupta brothers, but its national importance is about much more than this particular extradition and prosecution. It's more about the correction and stabilization of our country's critical institutions, about taking back our democratic and constitutional order from the hijackers. The response I would like to hear from the minister goes beyond calm reassurances to about actual progress. It's bigger than the Guptas. We can't foresee whether they'll ever face prosecution here, but there are many prosecutions we should see that do not require extradition and which would begin to satisfy our need to see some consequences for looting and derailment of our developmental state. With respect to extraditions, we know the status of the Guptas and the curious matter of the Bestas, but there's another decision relating to the extradition of a corruption fugitive, Michael Lomas, that could open a whole new can of worms. Lomas is implicated in a 745 million rand fraud and corruption case at the heart of the Kusile power station failures and the destruction of Eskom's planned power supply. Will we get him extradited to come back and stand trial, or will we be denied this because our prisons are regarded as too dangerous or unfit by the UK Home Secretary? Will that be our next technical setback? Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Ramolobeng.
Thank you, House Chair, Deputy President of the country, Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, honorable members. The traditional international law requirements of independent statehood are barely open to question. The entity involved must have territory, a population, and a stable and independent government to which the bulk of the population renders habitual obedience. A fourth requirement is sometimes postulated that the state must have the capacity to partake in international intercourse. The implication of a sovereign state is that it has control over its own territory. It also implies that states should not interfere with each other's domestic affairs. The international community derives substantial benefit from a borderless global world, but as a result, it also has to deal with the negative impact of globalization on international crime. Internationally, the following crimes or conduct pose a particular challenge: physical crimes committed across borders, such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, money laundering, environmental crime, and terrorism. Cyber crimes committed within one state, but the effect of which is felt in the territory of another state or in multiple states, such as the release of malware and the flight of a person accused of a sentence for a physical or electronic crime from the state in which this took place to another state. House Chair, in criminal matters involving persons or in two different states, the correct and acceptable procedure would be for a requesting state to apply to another state and the requested state for cooperation in the form of mutual legal assistance regarding the gathering of evidence or extradition of the perpetrator. Cooperation between states is governed by public international law between the requesting and requested state and the domestic law of the requested state. Chair, it is generally accepted that once a crime has been committed, it should be investigated. The perpetrator should stand trial and on conviction be punished for his unlawful conduct. The challenge that arises is how this could be ensured where the perpetrator is outside the borders of the state in which the crime was committed or where the effect of the crime was felt. The need for effective international and transnational criminal justice has to be balanced with respect for state sovereignty and territorial integrity. It must be noted that the law enforcement agencies of one state cannot just enter a territory of another state and capture the perpetrator, nor can they enter its territorial space and collect evidence of the crime, as this would in itself be a violation of the international law. Such conduct will not only infringe the sovereignty of a state, but also violate the principle of non-interference in the domestic affairs of another state. Chair, there is consensus in international law.
So that's alone.
Order, honorable member. May I request the table staff, ICT, just to switch off those microphones because they are not recognized. Let's not allow it to interfere in the debate. Please continue, honorable member.
Thanks, House Chair. There is a consensus in international law that a state does not have an obligation to surrender an alleged criminal to a foreign state, because one principle of sovereignty in that is that every state has legal authority over the people within its borders. The requested state may surrender the requested individual only after there has been compliance with an extradition agreement between the requesting and the requested state and the domestic laws of the requested state. In President of the Republic of South Africa versus Kwaglin, the Constitutional Court pronounced on the nature of extradition, recognizing that it involved more than international relations or reciprocity and indicated that it involves three elements: acts of sovereignty of the part of the two states, a request by one state to another state for the delivery of an alleged criminal, and the delivery of a person requested for the purpose of trial and sentences in the territory of the requesting state. House Chair, the extradition law thus straddles the divide between the state sovereignty and comity between states and functions at the intersection of domestic law and international law. It must be noted that extradition is not an easy process. It is a legal and technical one. With regards to the Guptas, it must be noted that government has not simply folded its arms. From February 2022, when the Interpol confirmed that red notices had been issued for the Gupta fugitives, much has taken place. In June 2022, the UAE informed South Africa and Interpol that Mrs. Atul and Rajesh Gupta have been arrested by the police in Dubai. And House Chair, in July 2022, South Africa delivered the formal extradition request to the authorities in the United Arab Emirates. From September 2022, the department has consistently made communication with the authorities of the United Arab Emirates and our embassies, requesting regular updates on the matter. On the 6th of April 2023, the department was provided with a note verbally from UAE and learned therein that the extradition hearing had been concluded in Dubai court on the 13th February 2023, and our extradition request was unsuccessful. House Chair, on the 5th of June 2023, the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services met with his counterpart in the United Arab Emirates with objective of enhancing the partnership and in mutual legal assistance and extradition matters between the two countries for the mutual benefit of both nations, as well as the Gupta extradition processes. It has also been reported that a technical joint tax team will meet to go through the extradition request and the additional mutual legal assistance that South Africa should provide. We must appreciate that different states employ different legal systems, and that for successful extradition, there needs to be cooperation among states, as it is not an easy process. A requesting state relies on the prosecuting authority of the requested state. Chair, we are hopeful that this case and that of the case in Malawi of the Bushiris will yield positive results and justice will be served. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, honorable members. We are here to debate the failed extradition of the Gupta brothers from the United Arab Emirates to South Africa. This case has captured the attention of the nation and has raised significant questions about international cooperation, rule of law, and the fight against corruption. First and foremost, we need to understand the context. The Gupta brothers have been at the center of corruption allegations and investigations in South Africa for several years. Accused of exerting undue influence over key government decisions, the Gupta family's alleged involvement in state capture has had severe repercussions on the country's institutions, economy, and public trust. Their extradition has been sought to hold them accountable for their alleged crimes and to restore faith in the rule of law. South African citizens expect them to be held accountable and to return the vast sums of money stolen. One wonders why they were permitted to leave in the first place. However, despite South Africa's extradition request and the extensive evidence presented, the UAE's decision not to extradite the Gupta brothers has left many baffled and disappointed. This turn of events raises concerns about the effectiveness of international cooperation in combating transnational corruption and ensuring that justice is served. One key issue that emerges from this case is the importance of a robust legal framework for extradition. Extradition treaties and agreements play a crucial role in facilitating the surrender of individuals accused of crimes across international borders. They establish the legal basis for extradition requests and outline the conditions under which extradition can be granted. The failure to secure the extradition of the Gupta brothers highlights the need for stronger extradition mechanisms and closer cooperation between countries to prevent potential loopholes and ensure that justice is not compromised. Moreover, the case underscores the significance of international political will and diplomatic efforts in extradition matters. Extradition processes can be complex, involving not only legal considerations, but also political and diplomatic dimensions. It requires close cooperation and coordination between the requesting and requested countries. The inability to secure the extradition of the Gupta brothers raises questions about the effectiveness of diplomatic engagement and the extent to which political factors influence the outcome of the case. Another critical aspect that emerges from this failed extradition is the need for international cooperation in combating corruption. Corruption is a global issue that transcends national boundaries, and it demands collective action to address it effectively. The Gupta case highlights the importance of collaboration between countries to track illicit financial flows, share intelligence, and ensure that those accused of corruption face justice, regardless of their geographic location. The failure to extradite the Gupta brothers not only undermines South Africa's efforts to combat corruption, but also sends a discouraging message to the international community regarding the fight against this pervasive problem. Furthermore, the failed extradition of the Gupta brothers raises concerns about the integrity of global financial systems and the need for enhanced measures to prevent money laundering and illicit financial activities. The Gupta family's alleged involvement in corruption and state capture has been closely linked to illicit financial flows. This case emphasizes the importance of strengthening international financial regulations, promoting transparency, and cooperating to combat money laundering and financial crimes. By doing so, we can prevent individuals from exploiting loopholes and evading justice by seeking refuge in other jurisdictions. This must start by finding out where the Guptas actually are, and it's no good, Mr. Minister, gallivanting in Abu Dhabi unless we actually know that they're there. In conclusion, the failed extradition of Gupta brothers, semantics. In conclusion, the failed extradition of the Gupta brothers from the United Arab Emirates to South Africa has been a setback in the country's fight against corruption and the pursuit of justice. It raises concerns about international cooperation, the robustness of legal frameworks, and the need for collective action in combating corruption. As an aside, Mr. Minister, I asked 4 weeks ago for a copy of the extradition documents. I still have not received the courtesy of reply. What seems to be the problem? Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Tembe Kwayo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The most dangerous criminals in the world today are those who are able to commit crimes in multiple jurisdictions. They are dangerous because they are able to move assets across countries, and they are able to escape from one jurisdiction to another. It was for this reason that International Cooperation in Criminal Matters Act and the Extradition Act were enacted in order to facilitate the prosecution of criminal offenders and enable their extradition from wherever they may be in the world. But as a lawyer himself, the Minister of Justice knows that the substantive element of a crime are as important as the procedural requirements for prosecuting crimes. As we cannot simply extradite a person without following our due processes, other countries too have their own procedures before extraditing persons of interest to us. What we know for a fact in as far as his request for the extradition of the Guptas to account for their crimes in South Africa is that the UAE refused our request because of a number of foolish administrative and legal mistakes from our side. This was a ruling made by a court in that country after finding that there were material defects with the papers submitted by South Africa in their request for the Gupta family members to be brought to this country to account for their crimes. Interestingly, the UAE made the decision in February this year and claimed that they had been communicating with their counterparts in this country at every possible step. It was shocking, therefore, that the Minister of Justice claimed ignorance and shock when South Africa finally communicated this in April. This raises a number of questions. The first one is whether or not the extradition request was deliberately bungled by Mr. Lamula and his department in order to shield the Guptas from ever accounting for their crimes. This is possible. The Gupta legacy benefited far more than the former president and those close to him. Past and present leaders of ANC simply found an easy scapegoat in former President Zuma. They themselves were used and are still used by big business to hollow out the state in return for crumbs. They are all complicit in the commission of these crimes and will do all in their power to prevent those with international footprint from ever accounting for their crimes, because if they do so, the leeches in the ruling party will also be exposed. The second question relates to the competency of those who made requests for the extradition of the Guptas politically, and the capacity of the NPA under Batohi to procedure any of the so-called state capture crimes more generally. How is it possible for a country awash with a number of legally astute people to meet basic requirements needed to assure the UAE government that their concerns are taken care of. We know for a fact that we cannot extradite a person to a jurisdiction to which they face a death sentence, for example. We would want to ensure that there are these guarantees before we extradite. So why do we fail this basic test to satisfy the legal requirements of the UAE? It might be sheer incompetence, which works quite well for the corrupt leeches leading our government. The NPA itself is utterly incompetent and are led by a very incompetent person in the form of Shamila Batohi. They have not prosecuted a single person out of the so-called state capture circus run by Raymond Zondo. They failed to prosecute our current president despite there being prima facie case of corruption relating to his Pala money laundering scheme. They failed to prosecute Mr. Godongwana, where there was evidence that he sexually assaulted a female worker at a massage parlor. There is no way that they would ever be able to lead a successful prosecution of the Gupta family. All this is deliberate. The capacity of the state is weakened so that those using the state for their personal bank continue doing so without even fearing the risk of arrest and successful prosecution. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Schlengwa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Technical mistakes in the bungling of this extradition is a clear indication that government is sleeping at the wheel and tripping from one failure to another. The founding provisions of our country's constitution state we have a multi-party system of democratic government to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. However, under the current government, the value of accountability has been reduced to a phrase only used when doing damage control. For a brief moment, the so-called New Dawn, it seemed that South Africa was making progress towards tangible accountability through the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture. However, the government's failure to extradite persons implicated in the Zondo Commission report has left us right back where we started before the commission. Rightly, this has been confirmed by the Transparency International's 2022 Corruption Perception Index, as it indicated that South Africa is now ranked 72nd out of 180 countries, which is a score of 43, the same as it was 11 years ago. The Commission of Inquiry into State Capture has cost South Africa almost 1 billion rand in the hopes of saving the country from further looting by corrupt government officials. However, this is merely a surface value figure. State capture in South Africa has left SOEs such as PRASA, SAA, and ESCOM accumulating a total of 331 billion rand in bailout since 2013-14, with ESCOM accounting for 55%. These entities have failed due to persistent looting that has been enabled by the government. Instead of bringing economic development, employment opportunities, and contributing to South Africa's GDP, we are stuck with an inept department. This is the real cost of corruption. This is why we needed to extradite and bring the Guptas back to justice. The work of the Zondo Commission is invaluable and important, and therefore the South African government needed to show a stand of ethical commitment to all its citizens in bringing those implicated in the state capture to justice. The denial of extradition is a travesty of justice, as this has essentially rendered the work of the Zondo Commission as nothing more than wasteful expenditure. In the bilateral meeting between the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services and the Minister of Justice of the UAE, an agreement was seemingly reached to quickly address the issues by setting up a joint task team of prosecutors from both countries. It is believed that the establishment of this task team will allow both countries to collaborate closely to ensure the fair administration of justice. However, one sincerely hopes that this is not just government's kick-for-touch tactics, as we have become accustomed to in the ongoing Section 194 inquiry into the public protector. The fact that government is only now starting this process, and probably more properly this time, we hope, is in itself unacceptable, because it begs the question, why has it taken so long? This is not only an embarrassment to our country, but it is also dangerous, as it indicates that we do not have the adequate procedures, knowledge, skills, and expertise in place to deal with extradition matters. Today, we are discussing corruption, theft, fraud, and looting. But what happens when tomorrow it is a murder? It goes back to the ineptitude we have seen. Why have we allowed those implicated in matters that affect our entire nation to escape and hide in another country? We believe that South Africa can ill afford any more time and money wasting into these matters. It is actions that speak louder than words, and the nonchalant approach to these convictions by the government has created the very real perception that South Africa itself is not committed to eradicating corruption by others. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Wessels.
Honourable House Chairperson, on the 7th of April 2023, many ANC members were very relieved at the outcome of the failed extradition of the Guptas. Because, House Chairperson, it's not so much about the protection of the Guptas as it is about a lot of cadres that will be implicated in state capture when such court cases will take place in South Africa. It's not necessarily incompetence, although we know that most departments and most government officials are incompetent under the ANC government. This is less about incompetence and more deliberate incompetence to protect cadres within the ANC. Because, Chairperson, we also have to remember that state capture and what was done in this so-called 9 years were not done by the former President Zuma alone. It was done under the watch of a cabinet which a lot of members in this House were part of. The Deputy President at that stage is the current President of South Africa. So it's not 9 lost years that this ANC caucus and this ANC cabinet can just say they had nothing to do with. They had everything to do with it because they allowed it, but they are still allowing it now. Because, Chairperson, there's no consequences. And that is a golden thread within all the problems in South Africa. No consequence management. From local level to provincial level, to national level. And then this caucus and members of this caucus of the ANC in each debate says that they are eradicating corruption, that it's a new dawn, that they are doing everything in their power to bring about change and that there's no corruption anymore. But then corruption takes place daily and there's no consequences. And this failed extradition of the Gupta brothers is once again a sign of the incompetence, but also the lack of consequences for those who transgress. The fact that we have commissions of inquiry and commissions of inquiry, but then nothing happens. And that go back since 1994, where that happened. From the arms deal up until state capture. There is a tradition and a culture of no consequences. And corruption, Chairperson, is stealing away the potential of South Africa. People are suffering. People are hungry because of corruption. Because there where a road needs to be built to bring about economic growth, there the money to build that road is stolen by ANC cadres, and nothing is done. There in a municipality like Kopanong in the Free State, where there's no water currently, the mayor can drive a 2 million rand vehicle, and the ANC does nothing about that, but the people are suffering. State capture is a symptom of this government that does not care about the people out there. You do not care about the livelihoods of South Africans. You actually only care about yourself, your own power, and you do not care to promote a new South Africa where there is no corruption. And this
Honourable
failure
member, your
by
time has expired.
the Minister's Department is a sign thereof, I think.
The next speaker is the Honourable Thring.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP asserts that the prospect of the Gupta brothers being extradited to South Africa from the UAE has a personal interest for most South Africans. The impact of state capture cannot be underestimated given the wide range of charges, including fraud, corruption, money laundering, worth billions of rands and involving alleged collusion from the highest office in the land, corrupting officials at every level. Clearly, we would not be in this situation of extradition at all had the Guptas not been protected, allowing them to leave the country despite compelling evidence against them. The failure of extradition of the Gupta brothers from the UAE sees many contradictions and raises more questions than answers. The NPA said it was deeply concerned about the failure of the extradition as it had worked through their central authority and ticked all the boxes. However, the Minister Lamola contradicted this, saying the extradition failed on a technicality. What was it? A technicality of the cancelled arrest warrant. But the NPA indicated that all the boxes were ticked. One has to ask the question, is this incompetence or is it deliberate? The years of secrecy and hidden corrupt activity must be exposed. According to the Zondo Commission, theft of more than 57 billion rand of public funds was involved by the alleged architects of state capture, the Gupta family, who personally raked in at least 15.5 billion rand. In the view of the ACDP, anything to do with these brothers deserves complete exposure. The ACDP welcomes the assurance given by the Minister Lamola that the brothers continue to be safely incarcerated and trust that the minister himself had visuals of them in jail. This after there were purported sightings of the Gupta brothers in Switzerland and reports of their having attained passports from the Vanuatu Islands in the middle of the Pacific. The ACDP calls on the Department of Justice and the Joint Task Team to set up with the officials from the UAE to leave no stone unturned in ensuring the successful extradition of the Gupta brothers and to use the lessons learned as best practice for other extradition cases. A failure to do so, Minister, is to rub salt in the economic wounds of many South Africans. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Maseko Jele.
What is this now? Thank you, Chairperson. Members of the House, Deputy President and Deputy Minister of Justice, I mean to say Minister of Justice, fellow South Africans. In a Supreme Court of Appeal, judgment involving a case of corruption, the court made the following remarks, I quote and close quote. The seriousness of the offense of corruption cannot be overemphasized. It offends against the rule of law and the principles of good governance. Courts must send out an unequivocal message that corruption will not be tolerated and that punishment will be appropriately severe. It is thus not an exaggeration to say that corruption of the kind in question, it's away at the very fabric of our society and is the scourge of modern democracies. Chairperson, South Africa is part of the global community and is a signatory to various international legal instruments. One such example is the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC. Some of the key features of the UNCAC are the requirements to take steps to prevent corruption, criminalize corruption, cooperate with other countries in the fight against corruption, and recovery of assets. Amongst others, the UNCAC requires that state parties must promote active participation of individuals and groups, including civil society and community-based organizations in the prevention of and fight against corruption. Also to consider incorporating into their domestic legal systems appropriate measures to provide protection against unjustified treatment of persons who report corruption in good faith, to adopt measures to establish liability of the legal persons for offenses in accordance with the convention, and to develop and implement anti-corruption policies that promote participation of society, reflect the principles of rule of law, proper management of public affairs, and public property integrity, transparency, and accountability. Therefore, state parties are required to take necessary measures, including legislative measures, to ensure the implementation of obligations under the UNCAC. South Africa's obligations in terms of the convention find expression in our domestic legislations, amongst others, the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, Prevention of Organized Crime Act, Protected Disclosures Act, and Criminal Procedure Act. In his maiden State of the Nation address, President Cyril Ramaphosa indicated the need to strengthen state institutions. The president made the commitment that that would be the year in which we will turn the tide of corruption in our public institutions. In terms of Section 84(1)(f) of the Constitution, the president called for the establishment of the commissions of inquiry to look into the allegation into state capture, Public Investment Corporation, National Prosecuting Authority, South African Revenue Services Administration, and Governance. Keeping true to his promise, the State Capture Commission was established to investigate matters of public and national interest concerning allegations of state capture, corruption, and fraud. The terms of reference were concerned predominantly with the practice of executive members of the state and the nature of their relationships with private individuals, and including the Gupta's enterprise. The commission ultimately found that state capture did indeed take place in South Africa on an extensive scale. The commission recommended that some SOEs and National Prosecuting Authority Asset Forfeiture Unit take steps to recover amounts paid to implicated parties as part of irregular and unlawful contracts. It's also recommended that those implicated be investigated and prosecuted. The commission has been critical in ensuring that the extent and nature of state capture is established, that confidence in public institutions is restored, and that those responsible for any wrongdoing should be identified. It must be noted that the ANC has given its full support to the Commission of Inquiry. Some of the intervention by the ANC government include the signing of the extradition treaties, the treaties regarding requests for mutual legal assistance with the United Arab Emirates in 2018. Now, notwithstanding the challenges, the NPA has is continually being strengthened. The leadership crisis has since been stabilized. In 2019, the vacancy rate among prosecutors was over 20%, and this is no longer the case. The aspirant prosecutor program was reignited. The program has been a successful story, providing an entry point and training opportunity for many law graduates. The investigating directorate, which the president established explicitly to investigate corruption-related crimes, has, during 2023 final year, enrolled 18 matters, totaling 34 matters since its inception, involving 203 accused individuals and 65 accused entities. The ID also made significant progress in investigating and enrolling state capture matters, which with 50% of the cases relating to state capture. The asset forfeiture unit obtained recoveries, which amount to 2.83 billion in corruption and related matters. Over the past 5 years, Chairperson, the NPA asset forfeiture unit has obtained 1,630 freezing orders valued at 12.4 billion. In the last financial year, the asset forfeiture unit obtained freezing orders valued at 570 million in corruption or related offenses. It is indeed a story to tell South Africans. Ongoing criminal investigations into complex corruption at ESCOM are yielding results. The ID has finalized.
Honorable member, your time is now expired. Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker is the Honorable Jafta.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the regime governing extradition protocols is self-regulating, and countries have flexible extradition agreements with one another. On the diaspora, such countries have an organizing protocol which governs extradition agreements. It came into existence in 2016. The SADC protocol aims to rally SADC countries around a cooperative and collaborative extradition process in order to stem the tide against the escalation of crime at both national and transnational levels. On the other hand, the UAE extradition agreement with South Africa came into effect on the 1st April 2022. Despite the existence of these agreements, there is a gradual increase of procedural and administrative lapses that could cloud the enforcement of these treaties. Honorable Chair, we view this in the serious light. We must register our discomfort with both Malawi and the UAE. Both countries have been unhelpful in our quest to extradite members of the Gupta family and Prophet Bushiri, who stand accused of serious criminal indiscretions. The obligation placed on state actors to craft a framework of cooperation regarding the process of extradition has been dismissed between South Africa, Malawi, and the UAE. Our worry is that poorly handled extradition cases may serve as a gateway for criminals wishing to evade the might of the law in South Africa. The Department of Justice is also to blame. There are sufficient diplomatic channels in place to enforce existing agreements. As to why these treaties are not domesticated in the form of reviewable and monitored mutual agreements escape us. We don't understand why we don't have a designated permanent office in the office of the Minister of Justice dealing with mutual agreements on extradition. Unless we improve governance extradition processes, we run the risk of running a dismal extradition regime in the entire world. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Hendricks. The Honorable Hendricks. We'll then proceed to the next speaker. The next speaker is the Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, we stand before you today to speak against the motion that has been put forward by the Good Party regarding the delays and challenges that the government faces to extradite persons implicated in corruption and other crimes in our country. The facts before us are simple because the government has not failed or given up on pursuing the legalities of other foreign sovereign states where the fugitives are. The assumption of failure is therefore premature, and as a law-abiding citizen, we must allow our government to exhaust all available remedies and actions until all fugitives return to South Africa, face the full might of the law. We extend our appreciation to the Department of Justice and DERCO on the sterling work that they've done and continue doing to ensure they follow all the processes of cooperation in international law to ensure the wanted persons are back in South Africa and they have their day in our courts. The motion before us is therefore opportunistic and at best very narrow. The United Arab Emirates, like any other sovereign state, has its own laws and processes that we must adhere to. Extradition requires a complex legal framework that takes into consideration the rights of the accused as well as the request made by the requesting state. International law dictates that the sovereignty of the states must be respected. It is not the place of other countries to dictate the legal system of another state. South Africa is committed to upholding these principles and therefore cannot interfere with legal processes of UAE. The failure to extradite persons implicated in corruption has nothing to do with the government's negligence or lack of will, but rather the intricacies of international law. The South African embassy in the UAE has been working with the local authorities to ensure that due process is followed and that the rule of law is upheld. The ANC believes in the rule of law and all individuals should be held accountable for their actions. It is unacceptable that individuals implicated in corruption are allowed to evade justice by fleeing to other countries. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation has been playing a very important role in extradition matters in general and the Guptas in particular. DERCO should continue to optimally utilize all its resources to ensure that these individuals get their day in court. We understand the significance of diplomatic relations between South Africa and the UAE. As such, these relations must assist us with the administration of justice, especially when it comes to crimes and that have been committed in South Africa. The UAE is a signatory to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and has pledged to cooperate in the fight against corruption. We'll therefore continue to engage the UAE, honor this pledge, and to cooperate in the extradition of persons implicated in corruption. As the African National Congress, we are committed to tackling corruption and working tirelessly to ensure those implicated are brought to justice. But that cannot be done at the expense of diplomatic relations and international law. We cannot allow corrupt individuals to escape justice, and we'll do everything within our power to ensure that those implicated in corruption face the consequences of their actions. We therefore call on all parties not to support this motion and work towards the eradication of corruption in South Africa. Honorable Herron, you don't wake up, take a flight to another country, go there and say you are implicated, come, let's go to South Africa so that you answer. There is a due particular process that you must follow for you to be able to successfully extradite a person implicated to crime. Yes, there are delays. We may have had some hiccups in the process of extraditing Mr. Gupta and Mr. Mr. Atul and Mr. Rajesh. But we do commit to the people of South Africa that all those who have fled the country in hiding from their own problems and legal problems in the country are going to be brought back to the country to face the might of law without a doubt. Thank you very much, Austin.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Horn.
Thank you, House Chair. Voorsitter, die reaksie wat ontlok is toe die nuus in Suid-Afrika op 7 April vanjaar gebreek het dat die ANC-regering misluk het om 'n hofbevel in die Verenigde Arabiese Emirate te bekom vir die uitlewering van die Gupta broers, was veelzeggend. Die minister van Justisie het die weiering van die hofbevel aan die een kant amusant gevind, maar het daarom ook die woord ongeloof gebruik en gewys president Cyril Ramaphosa het nie 'n monopolie daarop om geskok te wees nie. Minister Lamola was ook geskok. Of hierdie reaksie reg was is 'n oop vraag. Hoekom sê ons so? In die plaaslike media is oor die kwessie berig op grond van wat die minister gesê het. Dat hy seker was die aansoek was in orde. Dat met aanklaers in die Emirate saamgewerk is in die voorbereiding van die aansoek en dat ander klaarblijklik diplomatieke kanale voortaan sou gebruik word om die kwessie uit te sorteer. Daar sou dalk ook selfs appel aangeteken word. Dit wat ons gehoor het oor die saak was dit wat die minister ons vertel het en die minister het hard gewerk om die indruk te skep dat die Emirate wil oor ook sy oop probeer trek het. Onthou het hy ons heeltyd herinner. Al wat ons weet is wat vervat is in die kort diplomatieke nota wat ons gekry het. Ons wag nog vir die volle hofuitspraak. Intussen, voorsitter, het die internasionale media en veral die media in Dubai 'n heel ander prentjie geskets. Hieruit blyk dit dat die finale bevel van weiering gegee is by die 3de geleentheid, waar tydens die owerhede in die Emirate die aansoek oorweeg. Boonop deur 'n hof met die status van 'n appelhof. Dat die minister deurlopend ingelig is van die prosesse en bevindings en dat die bevinding gemaak is nadat hierdie appelhof bevind het dat daar fatale tegniese gebreke in die aansoek was. Klaarblijklik 'n versuim om 'n geldige lasbrief vir die inhegtenisneming van die Gupta broers aan te heg by die aansoek. Voorsitter, gewone Suid-Afrikaners was natuurlik nie geskok of geamuseer deur die verwikkelinge nie. Die algemene reaksie was dat niemand verbaas was. Want ons het mos almal gesien hoe hierdie regering dramaties afgekoel het sedert 2019 oor die stryd om die geld wat tydens die staatskapingsjare gesteel is terug te kry. En om my boewe aan die pen te laat ry wat ons land se beursie behandel het asof dit hulle eie spaarbank of moet ek liewer sê hulle eie rusbank was. Ons het mos ook gesien hoe en gehoor hoe president Ramaphosa wie nog in 2019 net na hy president geword het vasbeslote was om korrupsie uit te roei. Daarna voor die Sonderkommissie sy bes gedoen het om die rol van die ANC in staatskorrupsie en kaping af te water en te ontken. Soveel so dat die kommissie se verslag hom uiteindelik as vaag en stompsinnig beskryf het. Gewone Suid-Afrikaners weet ook dat die manier hoe korrupsie deel geword het van die standaardpraktyke van die ANC-regering, die geskep het vir die manier hoe die Guptas volgens die Sonderkommissie verslag ten minste 15,9 miljard rand deur bedenklike tenders ontvang het. So voorsitter, wie kan gewone Suid-Afrikaners verkwalik dat hulle die nuus dat die uitleweringsaansoek misluk het, beskou het as 'n logiese gevolg van hoe die administrasie Ramaphosa elke dag meer en meer besef het en begin optree, asof hulle weet dat om erns te maak met staatskap en korrupsie, sal vereis dat die pilare van Letoile-huis omgetrek word bo-op die ANC. En vir diegene wat dalk nog sit en dink, voorsitter, het dalk was die weiering van die uitleweringsbevel iets wat hierdie regering regtig onverhoeds betrap het, en dit dalk gebeur het omdat die Emirate 'n veilige hawe vir internasionale boewe is, oordink die volgende. Sedert 2020 het die Emirate amper 900 mense uitgelewer, waarvan 43 beskuldig was in hulle lande van geldwasery en ander finansiële misdade. Ons liewe minister Lamola het intussen op sy tipiese baie praat min doen manier beloof dat die Guptas uitgelewer sal word al vat dit hoe lank. Die Emirate is selfs deur hom besoek. Maar wat nie gebeur het nie is dat aangekondig is dat Interpol se hulp ingeroep gaan word om seker te maak dat die rooi kennisgewings wat uitgereik is teen die Guptas nie stof op 'n boekrak vergader. Internasionale media voorsitter het oor die kwessie ook berig dat die owerhede in Dubai vir minister Lamola geadviseer het reeds toe hy ingelig is die eerste keer dat die aansoek misluk het, dat 'n nuwe aansoek waarby die regte ondersteunende dokumente aangeheg is ingedien kan word.
The next speaker is the Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services.
The Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, honorable members, I begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Honorable Horn for bringing up today's important discussion. I'm happy that mostly honorable members understand the nature and the complexity of extradition. Most honorable members also stated that extradition relates to cooperation between requesting states and the requested state. It can also be polycentric in nature, and it straddles between law and politics. And Honorable Ramulobeng has already stated that extradition necessitates a significant degree of cooperation between the requested state and the foreign states. All these are issues that this House agrees upon. And any other thing that the honorable members from the oppositions have said is cheap political scoring, because they understand the nature and the complexity of this thing. They are just saying it because they want to blind South Africans, not to see the reality of what the South African government has done in all its efforts with regards to complying with the extradition treaty between South Africa and the United Arab Emirates. The legal system of different countries vary, with some employing common law and others using civil law systems. Countries with civil law systems are generally less likely to extradite their citizens. Any other thing is in relation to our work that we have done with the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates implements civil and Sharia laws in the legal framework. The legal framework in the UAE is unique amalgamation of Islamic Sharia principles and civil laws from Egypt and France. Only family members can access the court system in the UAE. Is daydreaming by Honorable Horn that I was aware. No South African diplomat or anyone was aware of the court case when it said, because unlike our courts, it's not an open court system. It happened and we were informed on the date that we informed the South Africans, and we wasted no time. We informed South Africans on real time when we received the note verbal on the eve of a Good Friday. The 3 months that were informed in 3 months, and when it happened, it is just political scoring. There is no foolish administrative or legal mistakes from the South African government. Neither did we bungle this extradition request. It is important that we note and expose what Article 44 and subsection 17 of the United Conventions Against Corruption. It provides as follows: that before refusing extradition, the requested state party shall, where appropriate, consult with the requested state party to provide it with ample opportunity to present its opinions and provide information relevant to its allegations. A request for extradition cannot be denied on the basis of any mere technicality. This is not Lamula speaking. It's the United Nations Conventions Against Corruption. Because the United Nations understand that countries try to hide behind the technicality to deny an extradition request. Before we submitted the extradition request, there was cooperation and engagement between the two central authorities, including the prosecuting authorities of both countries. And the UAE authorities confirmed and certified that the documents that were submitted in the UAE are in compliance with the extradition agreement. The agreement was therefore, and the processes and documents was therefore submitted by the prosecuting authority of the UAE in the courts in the UAE on behalf of the South African government. Where is the incompetency of the South African government? If an extradition request is brought to South Africa, as we do and help other countries, is the prosecuting authority of South Africa that prosecutes and deals with the matter here in South Africa. If there is a paper or a document that is missing, as honorable members are saying that there was a defective, cancelled warrant of arrest, the prosecuting authority here in South Africa is duty bound to say to the requesting state, there is this document that is missing, we are unable to process your matter, please bring that document. And this is in line with the convention. You don't shock the requested state with the outcome of the court. So we deal with extraditions and mutual legal assistance on a day-to-day basis. It's our daily bread. This is the process we follow every day. Where papers are missing, where there is something that is not there, we request the requested state in line with the convention and in line with the extradition agreement in between the two countries. So this is the process that the South African government has followed, and we will continue to follow in our engagement with the UAE to protect the integrity of the bilateral agreement that we have between the two countries. All the processes, as I've said, also with regards to the issue of the charge of money laundering that honorable members were speaking about. The Article 5A of the extradition treaty provides that if the courts of the requested party have jurisdiction to prosecute the person for the offense for which extradition is requested, the requested party shall prosecute that offense. The underlining and operative word is shall. The note verbal we received from the UAE did not tell us what the UAE is going to do with the charge of money laundering, despite the fact that the judgment in the UAE has said that they've got competent jurisdiction. So in line with this agreement, it means they are obliged to prosecute on a charge of money laundering. But they've been let loose and released without them being charged, without respecting the content of this bilateral agreement, Article 5. So where is the incompetency of the South African government? We are the ones here, the current administration, that ensure that the bilateral agreement between the UAE and South Africa is entered into, is signed, and is domesticated by this parliament. It's you, honorable members here of the current administration, that domesticated this bilateral treaty that we are debating now. So how can you turn around and say we're not serious? If we're not serious, we will not have domesticated this bilateral treaty. We will not have ensured that this treaty is signed. We will not have followed through. There was no reason. We stand to benefit nothing. But the reality is that the rule of law must be respected by all and sundry. There must be accountability. There must be everyone who's accused must be held accountable in our courts. It's a duty that with the administration of justice, we are prepared to uphold. What have we done with regard to the NPA to help them rebuild, to help the NPA focus? We are on course to rebuild the NPA to be fit for purpose, to fight crime and corruption. The National Prosecuting Authority has filled over 100 senior level vacancies, revived an aspirant prosecutor program. The NPA has achieved high finalization and conviction rates in organized crime cases, with 21% improvement in verdicts in the last financial year. An additional 4 billion rands in punitive reparations has been paid by ABB with regard to ESCOM. 4 billion rands is back, is in the fiscus. We are now going to use it to recapacitate our law enforcement agents. This is work in progress and is visible. You can touch it, it's in the account. We are not giving any other flimsy theory. It's real. You can touch it in our bank account. This progress sends a clear message to those who have benefited from state capture that they cannot evade accountability. We will make sure that the rule of law is upheld in our country. However, we acknowledge that much work still needs to be done to improve our system and to meet public expectations. The level of crime must be matched with the same level of sophistication by the state. It is against this background that the president established the ID to deal with matters emanating from the State Capture Commission of Inquiry. Fundamental reforms are necessary to achieve this, and we are committed to make it necessary changes. In the 6th administration, we have been deliberate about augmenting the capacity of the NPA by approving appointments in terms of Section 38 of the National Prosecuting Authority Act. This as follows a budget allocation of 5 billion rands over the MTSF period, which is a significant resource to build the capacity of the NPA. This also included, in terms of the appointment in terms of Section 38 of the National Prosecuting Authority Act, technical expertise to help with the extradition cases with regards to the Guptas and other international matters and prosecution in the local courts. This is the appointment of senior counsels of various complexities and skills. That is a deliberate action by the South African government to help assist the NPA to do their job without any fear, favor, or prejudice. About 25 external counsels were sourced in this regard to assist in this process. So this is a demonstration. We put our money where our mouth is, as this current administration, and this is a demonstration of commitment to fight against corruption and to ensure accountability. Honorable members, as I have said, extradition can become a protected legal process. In our shores, where matters delayed for years due to technical legal challenges. The first case we dealt with post-democracy on extradition was the matter of Haxen versus President in 1994. Haxen took up various issues in relation to the Extradition Act of South Africa. This matter was in our legal system for 6 years. It was only finalized in the Constitutional Court in 2000. Even in recent times, we have also dealt with Kong Heaven case, who was arrested in 2016 and only got officially approved for extradition in 2022. Even then, the Constitutional Court had been called upon to adjudicate this case by way of an appeal. So this shows that extraditions by their nature can be protracted, but at the end of the day, the rule of law prevailed, and we ensure that when the court has decided, we handed over the people, but it was after some time. So we are calling for calm. Was saying, as the government of this country, we will ensure that the Guptas come back to South Africa to account for their sins and for their crime. There will be accountability. It may take time because of the protracted nature of extradition, but it's going to happen. They will one day face justice in the courts of our country. Same with the Bushiri matter. The man and the gentleman called Shipilelo Gama, who have scored significant victory in the courts of Malawi, where he is taking all manner of technical points, legally and otherwise. We have up to so far, we have gained an upper hand. We have won various court cases and decisions in Malawi on the Bushiri matter. And the matter is again now taken on another technical point. And working with the authorities in Malawi, we are continuing to follow through the matter. And we want to appreciate the prosecuting of Malawi. Every time the matter is sitting, for example, they tell us that the matter of Bushiri is going to sit on this day, and we inform the nation that on this date, the court case is going to sit. We are not shocked by a judgment in
Point of
Malawi.
order, Chair.
Every time.
There's a point of order. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, can you just take a seat, please? What is a point of order, Honorable Member? Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. What is the point of order, honorable member?
The point of order, Chair, is that the Honorable Minister is actually misleading the House in that.
Order, honorable members.
The Minister is misleading the House, giving the impression that there would have been a valid warrant.
No, honorable member, that's not a point of order. That's a point for debate. So please continue, honorable minister.
But the minister is lying.
Order, honorable members. Order.
No, I won't be surprised when Honorable Mani catch feelings when we debate the Guptas. It's public knowledge. It's public knowledge, so. But there was indeed, a valid warrant of arrest that was issued. Even the cancelled warrant was submitted on the basis of agreement between the two states. There was agreement, there was clarity, and it was accepted that all the papers are in order. With regard to the matter of Shipililo Gama, well known as Shepherd Prophet Bushiri, we are also following through. We have scored significant victory, sometimes suffering minor legal challenges, but even there, the rule of law will prevail. He will definitely come back to our country and justice will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Order, the Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Health on National Health Insurance Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? The IFP?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Please note the objection of the IFP.
It's noted. With those objections, the report is agreed to. Order, honorable members.
Note the rejection of the EFF also.
Will be noted. We're getting to the debate now, honorable members. The Secretary will read the third order.
Second reading debate, National Health Insurance Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Health, who will introduce the debate. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet my colleagues from the Cabinet and the Deputy Ministers, and specifically my colleague, Deputy Minister Jomo, Deputy Minister of Health, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Dr. Jacobs, and all other members of the committee. And good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to all South Africans. Today is indeed a very historic day in this House for the people of South Africa, for our long walk for freedom and for the democracy we started building in 1994. The National Health Insurance Policy, whose bill we are debating today, has been in construction since the gazetting of the Green Paper just over 12 years ago. And it feels good today that we have reached this historic milestone. The aspiration to create an equitable and just health system has been part and parcel of our struggle for freedom and democracy. Our forebears who led the struggle for freedom in the 40s and 50s, 1940s and 50s, laid the path in declaring both in the African claims and in the Freedom Charter that there can be no real freedom without access to good quality and equitable health services. It is perhaps appropriate that we are holding this debate just 12 days before the anniversary of the first day of the sitting of the Congress of the People, and 13 days before the adoption of the Freedom Charter itself. The Freedom Charter declared in a very unambiguous terms that, I quote, a preventative health scheme shall be run by the state. Free medical care and hospitalization shall be provided for all, with special care for mothers and young children. In pursuance of the goal set in the Freedom Charter, when we adopted our constitution in 1996 in this very House, we included in section 27 of the Bill of Rights a clause which directed, I quote, everyone has the right to have access to health services, including reproductive health care. The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights. No one may be refused emergency medical treatment, close quote. Honorable members, the bill we are called to pass today is meant to create the legal framework and foundation for the noble aims embodied in the Freedom Charter and our Constitution. This is one of the most revolutionary pieces of legislation presented to this House since the dawn of our democracy in 1994. A lot has been done and achieved by the democratic government since 1994. We inherited a fragmented, race-determined health system out of which we had to build a national, democratic, and equitable access to health systems. A number of progressive policies have been passed, such as free health services for pregnant women and children under the age of 6, as early as 1995 by the founding father of our democracy, President Mandela. After that, we proceeded to declare fee-free services at primary health care facilities and also access to reproductive health services, including the Choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act. What we have not been successful so far over this period is to avoid a replacement of race-based differentiation of access and quality by a class differentiation. As inequality has been growing in our country, even cutting across race, access to quality health services has been a casualty, with those who have private medical insurance consuming 51% of the national spending of the GDP on health, while constituting only 16% of the population. while 84% of the population depends on 49% of resources purely from the fiscus serviced by the public health system only. This has led to a situation where the public health system is under tremendous pressure, while the private healthcare is over-servicing its clients, leading to ever-rising costs to the members of medical schemes, while the investors are enjoying huge dividends, including dividends from the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. The reality, honorable members, is that this situation is not sustainable, as the number of people in formal jobs is not rising in line with the investments in private healthcare and the cost of administering medical schemes. The cost of subscription to medical schemes is rising above inflation every year, while benefits are reducing and getting exhausted before the end of the calendar year. Another major injustice is that almost all healthcare professionals are trained at the expense of taxpayers, including ordinary people who spend their money buying goods and paying VAT. But once the medical professionals have qualified and become specialists, especially and super specialists, only those with we can afford are able to access their services. Whereas also in the training, all health professionals are trained also for their clinical skills on ordinary South Africans in public health facilities, but once they are qualified, they are only accessible to those with money. The availability of top health professionals to only those with medical aids, but even migration to other countries, is totally unjust. Members of medical schemes, even in this very house, are under tremendous financial pressure, and employers are also under pressure to increase their share of the contribution, which is also not sustainable. Honorable members, in simple terms, what the NHI seeks to do is to stop the two trains, that is the private health and the public health, traveling on parallel tracks, surely going to crash both of them. But if they could work together and be pulled together and complement each other, we can get a better service. The NHI seeks to pool resources of those who can only contribute to the fiscus through contributions such as VAT and other collections, and those of us who are able already making contributions to the fragmented 81 medical schemes who are purchasing services on our behalf. And as I've said already, this is not sustainable. In doing so, we can achieve access, equity, and quality, but also drive down costs. I know that there are those of you in this house and outside who say that the NHI is unaffordable, but you're basing this on highly inflated costs among some of the private providers who are under pressure to keep delivering super profits, even higher than gold mines and platinum mines. Even in major developed countries such as the UK, where universal health coverage is applicable, it is the insurer who determines the price, not the provider of service, and that's why they are able to sustain it. The NHS in the UK, as an example, which was established on the 5th of July, 1948, just 3 years after the end of the Second World War. At that time, parts of the country were still in ruins. There was not much of the economy to speak of in terms of saying we can't afford it now. Many of the doctors there actually opposed the NHS, and it's not surprising, therefore it's not new in our country that we have some of the organizations of medical practitioners opposing. But today, it doesn't matter which government is in power in the UK, whether it's the Conservative Party or the Labour Party, all of them understand one thing, that the NHS is the jewel of the country and must be protected. So we are saying, honorable members, that we do understand some of the concerns about poor management, but we want to say to you that even in the overburdened public service, there are a lot of jewels, there are a lot of good performances across. You can look at, I can give you examples of Steve Biko in Tshwane, Charlotte Macleke, Groteskir here, Mamelodi Hospital, which was very much down at some stage, but within 2 months, 2 years, Mamelodi is now one of the best district hospitals, just in terms of turning around management. So I want to urge all of you, honorable members, today, please stand to and be honorable.
Minister, your time is expired.
Which will really make a historic change in the lives of ordinary South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Jacobs.
House Chairperson, Deputy President, Minister of Health, Deputy Minister of Health, members of parliament, all South Africans. Martin Luther King once said, and I quote, "Of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and inhuman." And I close quote. This is as much true as today as it was then. Therefore, today we are standing on the cusp of history. South Africa is in the lead globally in making an effort to address this inequality and injustice. This is a time of major transition of the healthcare of South Africa to a more equitable state where all the people can have a hope of a better future because they can have an expectation of attaining good quality healthcare should they need it. Living is the essence of life, and having a healthy, functional body that is capable of providing for oneself and one's family is at the center of the ability to live life to the full. That's me. You can quote me in the future. It is therefore not a debatable matter and should never have been a debate at all, but a foregone conclusion that all people should have equal access to quality healthcare, and the NHI bill seeks to achieve this, to eliminate the injustice in the health sector and to bring about transformation of the health sector. I stand here joyfully today as I look back at the thousands of kilometers that we traversed across the country as the committee to solicit South Africans' input on the bill. Accordingly, we met South Africans of different persuasion from urban and peripheral areas who voiced their agitation, appreciation, concerns, and most importantly, their recommendations for the bill to improve the health system of our country. In addition, the committee received input from, amongst others, the representatives of academia, business, civil society, organized labor, pharmaceutical companies, and political parties. In all the public hearings that the committee heard, all speakers agreed that the status quo of our health sector is not what it ought to be. Currently, South Africa has a dualistic health system which is skewed and favors the rich. Both public and private health systems have strengths and serious deficiencies that this bill aims to rectify. To this end, the majority of speakers who presented to the committee consented on the importance of universal health coverage in the form of national health insurance as a solution. Therefore, today, this August House stands on this precipitous point of resetting this country's health trajectory in line with the international community, such as the African Union, the European Union, the Interparliamentary Union, the World Bank, and the World Health Organization, who have all sounded a call for the universal coverage, health coverage, to ensure that no single person is left behind. Positive and sustainable health outcomes are integral to any nation's progress. This is recognized by developed and developing countries alike. So in this context, as a country, approximately 8.5% of the nation's GDP goes to health. Of this, some 40% is spent in the public health sector and 51% in the private health sector, according to the 2021-22 data. Despite South Africa spending more per person on healthcare than any other country on the continent, this is not reflected in our health outcomes. The drive for NHI, therefore, is that the two-tiered health system is expensive, wasteful, and above all, unsustainable, and does not contribute adequately to the health outcomes. Of course, realizing the vision of universal health coverage is dependent on a solid financing system or model. In the case of South Africa, this will take the form of a single national health insurance fund that will pool funds to provide access to quality, affordable health services for all South Africans. A single fund will be able to achieve income cross-subsidization between the rich and the poor, between the healthy and the sick, and between the young and the old. The government will be the buyer of health services on behalf of citizens, similar to what it did during COVID-19. The NHI fund will be utilized to purchase goods and services from accredited contractors in both the public and private sectors. In line with international experience, purchasing of personal health services will be undertaken at the national level. The fund as a strategic purchaser will be distinctly separate from accredited public and private service providers. A public entity will be established to administer the fund, and it will be governed by a board appointed by the Minister of Health with the concurrence of Cabinet. The board will report to the Minister of Health and to Parliament, and as is required of all public entities in line with the prescripts of the Public Finance Management Act. It is also important to note in the short to medium term rollout and implementation will be incremental and appreciative of the existing fiscal space. The estimated national health expenditure as per National Treasury is 245.9 billion rand in 2023-2024, 257.9 billion rand in 2024-2025, and 269.4 billion rand in 2025-2026. The function's baseline increases by a net amount of 35 billion rand, which is equivalent to 4.7% over the MTEF period from 738.2 billion rand to 773.2 billion rand. We must remember that the baseline budget for NHI will be sourced from the existing budget. Additional amounts will augment the current budget. The state also spends a significant amount of resources as contributions to medical scheme premiums of employees. This is quite significant. These resources, when added to the current budget, will take us a long way to financing NHI. The fund will be capitalized in the main through general revenue allocations. However, given the substantial resources that will be required to prepare the health system for NHI, and that users will not be paying any fees, it is imperative that government explore various options for augmenting this allocation. The NHI bill envisages that potential sources which should be considered include payroll taxes and a surcharge on personal income taxes. There is understandable and justifiable anxiety on the part of a number of stakeholders on how the NHI fund will be insulated against mismanagement, poor governance controls, and corruption. A risk management framework will be developed in this regard. Another concern is on the role of medical schemes under NHI. The state will be the sole purchaser of health services on behalf of users. Eligible users will not be able to opt out of the NHI or of paying the appropriate contributions. This is the only way in which we can build a single unitary healthcare system. However, medical schemes will continue to exist under NHI and eventually need to adapt to the transformed landscape. In the long run, medical schemes will offer only top-up health insurance for services not covered under NHI. This could include payment for medicines not covered by the NHI, for example. It will be the choice of the employer to continue subsidizing additional employee health benefit, but only for statutory top-up cover. Honorable members, it is in the interest of all South Africans that NHI succeeds, that it is well-resourced and capacitated, and that strong systems are put in place to prevent abuse and misappropriation of funds designated for the benefit of our citizens. As I conclude, allow me to remind this August House of the objectives of the National Health Insurance Bill. It seeks to achieve universal access to quality health care services in the Republic in accordance with Section 27 of the Constitution. Establish a National Health Insurance Fund and set out its powers, functions, and governance structures. Provide a framework for the strategic purchasing of healthcare services by the fund on behalf of users. Create mechanisms for the equitable, effective, and efficient utilization of the resources of the fund to meet the health needs of the population, and preclude or limit undesirable, unethical, and unlawful practices in relation to the fund and its users. In the course of building a better South Africa that leaves no one behind, I call on this House to adopt the NHI bill without delay. I also want to thank a number of members today as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Patra, for introducing the bill to Parliament, Deputy Minister Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health at the time that the bill was introduced. Honorable Chilitsi Munyai, who was the previous whip of the ANC study group, and the late members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Members Pumza Jainchi and Mkolisi Sukacha. A special thank you to all members of the Portfolio Committee, both past and present, and to all who had raised their opinions on the bill to the committee, and to all South Africans who have been making this a topic of the past 4 years. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Clerk.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC keeps touting the NHI as being the best interest of South African citizens, that it is a bill born out of care that will save the public health system. So let us take an honest look at what the implementation of NHI bill will mean for the ordinary South African. Now, about 9 million people have medical aids. Once the NHI is implemented, the 9 million people who have to be accommodated on an already overburdened public health system. Instead of going directly to the privately paid doctors and hospitals, they will now be competing for treatment in the public health system with its severe staff and resource constraints. The last indicators of the national surgery backlog was more than 168,000 cases. The ANC might argue that through the NHI fund, private health facilities will be servicing a larger portion of the public previously unable to access their services. However, this is based on the ludicrous assumption that those 9 million South Africans would continue to pay their medical aids when it will have no longer benefit for any of them. Without private patient funding, private health facilities would be dependent on government funds, effectively making them public health facilities without the benefit of a dedicated budget. As governments has done no feasibility studies, we do not know how many facilities would survive government's imposed fee structures. These potential closures would further decimate the health sector. In addition, talking of a decimated sector, staff shortages are a massive problem and have been for years. Not only are public health personnel expected to work in horrendous and unsafe conditions and facilities where the provisions of quality healthcare is nearly impossible. They are victimized when they speak out in an effort to address their concerns. There will surely be a mass exodus of medical professionals if the NHI is enforced. How has government addressed these shortages? Not by accrediting private health sector to train their full capacity of nurses. Has government upgraded their health facilities and ensured that hospitals and clinics are safe? Have working equipment, enough beds, medicine and food? The DA and committee's oversights, AG reports, patient feedbacks, or whistleblowers attest that many of the country's hospitals and clinics border on inhumane conditions. To this day, we do not know which services the NHI will cover. Will the department pay for hip replacements, dental care, appendix removals, dialysis, chemotherapy, TB, and HIV treatment, or mental health care? We do not know because you have refused to inform us, possibly because you don't know, but possibly the biggest reason why the NHI will inevitably destroy all healthcare in South Africa. The ANC cannot be trusted. Corruption has become more natural than breathing to you. During a worldwide pandemic that saw more than 102,000 South Africans die and had millions confined to their houses in fear, the ANC government facilitated the looting of 2.1 billion rand that was meant to treat coronavirus and intervene in a variety of ways. not something a government that cares for the poor and the vulnerable would have done. The DA has always believed in collaborating with the private sector for the whole of society approach in addressing the issues plaguing society, instead of scapegoating them for governance failures. Despite the ANC's best attempts to create the impression that the private health sector is to blame for the public sector's deficiencies, it is government's mismanagement, cadre deployment, and corruption that has caused and now immortalized the destruction. The key is to ensure that patrons of the public and the private health sector both receive quality health care. After all, the expansion of private healthcare sector is a consequence of the failing public health sector, not the cause. As such, conditions must be created that will encourage private investment in the public health sector. Your determination to alienate or absorb the private health system will end in tears. Corruption must be rooted out, and provinces need to have greater accountability where health outcomes are poor. Do not sell a dream to people. When you misdiagnose the problem, you will not find the correct cure. The cure is proper financial management and zero tolerance to corruption. However, that cannot be done until people like the former health minister is held accountable. The NHI is not the miracle the ANC purports it to be. It is smoke and mirrors meant to make voters believe that the grotesque looters standing in front of them have
Honourable Member, your time has now expired. Thank you.
that once liberated a nation. They have not, and they never will. We will not support this bill.
The next speaker is the Honourable Chirwa.
Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, Julius Sello Malema, the Deputy President, Nyiko Shivambu, all the officials, commissars, fighters, and ground forces of the only economic emancipation movement in South Africa. 10 years of the existence of the EFF has seen the lives of many of our people being made better without the dependence on taxpayers' money. Thousands of young girls across the country have missed less and less days of school due to period poverty because of the EFF Center Tower programs. Siyongoba Daycare for children with disabilities, Mokhalakwena Hospice and Rehabilitation Center, and Zanele Mtshali Disabilities Home are some of the facilities for vulnerable people that can attest to the care and the love of the EFF for the abandoned and neglected in our communities. Donating 30 Rand to the EFF by SMSing EFF donation to 42191 is truly a noble and charitable cause. A happy and a revolutionary 10th birthday year to the mighty economic freedom fighters. Chairperson, the National Health Insurance will be counted as one of the biggest scams of the African National Congress of our time. The ANC, through a Bill Gates mandate given in 2009, agreed to manipulate our people and convince them that equal health care for all would suffice through the NHI. We reiterate the long-held sentiment that the NHI, contrary to popular belief, is far from what it is said to be. The NHI is not the eradication of a two-tier system. No, the NHI is true evidence, and the fact that the only way to eradicate a two-tier system is through nationalization, not tenderizing healthcare. The NHI is the outsourcing of healthcare to the private sector through the pooling of funds of the hardworking South Africans and state coffers to fund the insatiable appetite for profit of institutions like Netcare and Life. Minister Joe Phatla, to date, has failed to appraise Parliament of the true cost of the NHI. And the Minister of Finance has also failed to present to Parliament precisely how it will be funded. The NHI is not...
Honourable Member, there's a point of order. What is your point of order, Honourable Member?
Chair, is it parliamentary for the honourable member to shout at us?
No, Honourable Member, that's not a point of order. Don't rise on frivolous points of order, please. Please continue.
Strat meeting is strat meet.
Order.
The NHI is not the easing of access to health care for the poor, as there is a referral system that is encapsulated in the NHI that states that we should all access healthcare at our nearest health facility. This means that those living in townships, in rural areas, in former settlements will still be subjected to the public health facilities. There's no developers emceeing on Asetogoza. In fact, public hospitals will be more debilitated as the money meant to better the infrastructure, increase the workforce, and provision of quality of healthcare will end up in the hands of private sector who will claim from the state the same way they claim from medical aids, and they have their customers leave their premises in utter humiliation, taken into public hospitals because they no longer have money. The NHI is a direct manifestation of what the Ramaphosa administration truly represents. The fully fledged program to privatize everything and leave the state useless. All socialists should in fact with ease reject the NHI. The ANC government has privatized dams, national parks, state-owned entities, SAA, and a sold off assets of Transnet, is instituting the privatization of ESCOM, and is in a constant motion of stripping the state of power, so it is unable to provide for the needs of our people, and we are at the mercy of the private sector for all aspects of our lives. The goal is to ensure that nothing in the public sector works. The goal is to destabilize everything in the public sector and empower the private sector. The status of our public schools, public policing and security, public institutions, and now public health care is evidence of what the program of the ANC is. When the EFF provided a solution of increasing access to quality health care for the most destitute through the private member bill, the National Health Act, Amendment Act, that was to see at least one health facility in every ward and all the clinics open for 24/7 and 7 days a week. The ANC and the DA alike rejected this noble bill. This is because the mandate is not universal health care. The mandate is to loot the state of its money and put it into the coffers of the private sector. Prioritize primary health care, prevention, and education by employing all community healthcare workers permanently and bring healthcare into the houses of our people. Invest in stem cell therapy and numerous in medical interventions. Build clinics in all wards in South Africa and have them open for 24/7 and 7 days a week. Absorb all nurses that are sitting at home with qualifications. In-source all cleaners and security guards in all healthcare facilities. Build state capacity and stop depending on the private sector to solve your problems as a failing government. We reject this bill as we will not be part of the collective that sees the daylight robbery of the state by ANC gorgons who owe their allegiance to fellows like Bill and Melinda Gates at the cost of our people's lives. We reject the NHI.
Yeah, the Honorable Slangwa, order, honorable members, order, honorable members. The Honorable Slangwa, please continue.
Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP remains in full support of universal access to health care service in South Africa for all people in accordance in the right to health care as contained in Section 27 of the Constitution. We are of the considered opinion that the current form of the bill before the House today is not achievable. We state this for the following reason: affordability. All we recognize that fact that universal access to healthcare is the right which is the progressively realizable, and the state, we must also take note that the state has a duty not to act in a manner that negatively impact the current provision of public health care services. In our opinion, the bill before us will do exactly that. We believe it will deny access to existing health care rather than promote same because of the enormous amount of the funding it will require, and because of the 9 million people currently on the private medical aid, which the state will seek to cover now as a part of the NHI. This is not affordable, and on its own will cause the bill to fail to made in law. Access to health care. The IFP remains extremely concerned about not only the current poor state of the access to medical health care service in rural area, Lego Mahlabatinj, and community, but the fact the NHI could further limit access to such healthcare service through its proposed implementation of the referral and accreditation network, which could exclude specific clinics. Ministerial overreach. The current form of the bill provides the Minister of Health with power beyond the political office to which he has been appointed. This will open the doorway to undue influence, cadre deployment, and negatively impact oversight, and without casting any aspersions upon the minister, good name, quite positive, quite possible, lead to fraud and corruption in due course. Shortage of medical professional, abekho nje odokotela, sinesibhedlela nje thina kwaqeze singenabo odokotela. Sino HIV, sinabantu be-TB sekuvele bahlanganiswa ndawonye ngoba abekho odokotela, abekho nesi.
Honourable member, your time has now expired. Thank you.
The IF, Ngilindeni,
Honourable member, your time has expired.
not and do not support the current form NHI
Thank you.
bill.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Van Staden.
Geachte voorzitter.
Order, honourable members, order.
Die NGV is 'n stelsel wat nie in staat gaan wees om basiese gesondheidsorg aan Suid-Afrikaners te kan lewer nie. Dit is eerder 'n politieke foefie van die ANC om stemme te probeer verkry vir die 2024 verkiesing. Hierdie is niks anders as 'n ANC beleidstuk nie. Die skrywers en ontwerpers van hierdie wetgewing het nie opgetree in belang van die bevolking se gesondheid nie, maar eerder in die belang van ANC ideologie. Dit is teleurstellend dat die president van Suid-Afrika, die minister en die ANC vasberade is om NGV op die wetboeke te geplaas te kry ten spyte van die harde werklikheid dat openbare gesondheidsorg jarelank reeds in Suid-Afrika afgesterf het. Dit is jammer dat die president, die minister en die ANC nie rede kan insien waarom hierdie stelsel reeds gedoem is nie. Dit is jammer dat die president van Suid-Afrika, die minister en die ANC siende blind en horende doof is vir die gemors wat tans in ons openbare gesondheidsorg aan die gang is. Ons bevolking betaal daagliks 'n enorme duurprys vir die gemors waarin hierdie openbare gesondheidsstelsel tans verkeer. 'n Prys wat so hoog is dat daar tans met ons mense se lewens hiervoor betaal moet word. Meneer die president, dit is tyd om op te staan en leierskap te toon deur hierdie stelsel in sy geheel en al te verwerp. Meneer die president, staan op en herroep die nasionale gesondheidsversekering. Die NGV is nie die korrekte of regte metode om gesondheidsorg van uitstaande gehalte te lewer aan ons Suid-Afrikaanse bevolking nie. 'n Plan vir 'n gesondheidstelsel wat beide die private sektor en die openbare sektor insluit, moet ontwerp word wat gaan verseker dat alle mediese beroepslui van reg oor die land saamwerk om so 'n stelsel te steun en in werking te stel. Die VF+ waarsku vandag dat die NGV nie 'n grondwetlike toets gaan slaag nie. Daarom dat die VF+ met geen ander keuse gelaat gaan word as om hierdie wetgewing met alles tot sy beskikking te beveg indien hierdie huis vandag sy goedkeuring vir hierdie wetgewing gee nie. Ek doen vandag 'n beroep op lede van hierdie huis om nie die NGV te steun nie, aangesien die regering nie oor die vermoë beskik om voldoende basiese gesondheidsorg aan alle Suid-Afrikaners te kan lewer nie. Ons openbare gesondheidsorgstelsel tans is 'n sprekende voorbeeld hiervan. Hierdie regering, voorsitter, gaan hom vasloop in die howe indien hierdie wetgewing vandag hier aanvaar word. Verskeie rolspelers in die mediese bedryf het reeds aangekondig dat hulle die NGV in die howe gaan beveg en die VF+ waarsku dat hierdie opkomende regsaksies vorige regsaksies soos 'n vulletjie sal laat lyk. Government must take serious note that thousands of medical professionals will leave South Africa as the NHI is implemented, and that will leave South Africa in a serious crisis. Stop blaming apartheid for your own failures over the past 29 years. The ANC blames everything and everyone else for all its failures but except himself. Start looking at your own failures. I'm warning the president and this government that the NHI will not be a magic wand, but will get rid of the huge problems in the public health.
Van Staden, will you just take a seat, please? Why are you rising, honorable member?
You know, there's an interpretation because of noise. The interpreter can't even tell us what is going on.
Yes, the noise also around you, honorable member, and on that side. So please just quiet down a bit so that the honorable member can listen to the interpretation. Please continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. You are seriously under a false impression if you think that it will, in fact, it will make matters worse. The Freedom Fund Plus will fight government on the NHI, and we will seriously consider further actions against if the president decides to go ahead and sign this bill if it is successfully adopted by both houses of parliament. This is not a threat, but a serious promise. The Freedom Front Plus rejects the National Health Insurance Bill in its entirety. And Honourable Minister of Health, I think you must bring your medical aid card to me so that I can cut it up to date. Thank you, Chairperson.
The next speaker is the Honorable Soekers. Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chairperson, the ACDP rejects the NHI bill in its current form. We are of the opinion that the architecture of change requires critical elements to be present. The question begs whether the lofty aims of universal healthcare for all can be achieved under this administration, and whether the legislation before this House, when implemented, will move us closer to this aim. It is our assessment that the biggest hurdle to transformation is incapacity and a serious leadership deficit over the last decade that eroded trust in the government to deliver the most basic of services, never mind the total overall of the health sector. The consequences of this proposed legislation will be far-reaching and very costly, with the inevitable consequence that we may face an exodus out of the country by medical corporations and human capital will follow. The state whose greatest failures are procurement and contract management becomes the facilitator of services and the single point of administration for health services. The same state under whose watch we procured COVID vaccines that expired before use, who touts a 7.4 billion loan for strategic vaccine procurement with no indication to Parliament on what this was based on. The same state who squandered over 2 billion rand in corrupt deals during COVID. The same state under whose watch only 55% of facilities has status as ideal clinics. Transformation requires moral integrity to advance its agenda. This critical element is the most important, along with the capacity to deliver. Government has failed dismally to restore trust, to prove that it can, in the slightest, champion transformation at any level. The poison in the water is corruption, at such a scale that it defies rationality and morality. During COVID, we had both the previous minister and the DG of Health Department under suspension for alleged corruption to the value of over 80 million. Corruption has become the invader species, which creates an environment environment that makes transformation as an agenda impossible under this administration. This government is a study in failure and dysfunctionality, and that is not being unkind. It is a statement of fact. This bill
Honorable
will collapse the health
Honorable
sector.
Sukas. Just take your seat, please. Why are you rising, honorable member?
Chair, I'm pleading with the honorable member just to reduce the voice.
No, that's not the point of order, honorable member. Please continue. Continue, honorable Sukers. Please continue.
We are not unkind. We are stating the facts. This bill will collapse the health sector because in its current form, it proposes change. with a
Honorable
broad
speakers, your time is now expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Herron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, since apartheid ended, the state has introduced a raft of transformative legislation meant to address structural injustice, exclusion, and inequality. And there's no denying the millions of new homes that have been built, the new schools and clinics, the new electricity and water connections. Equally undeniable is the fact that the structural ills of the past persist. Tremendous color-coded disparities in the quality of life and state services remain. Our efforts to transform the landscape have reaped thin rewards. The National Health Insurance Bill isn't perfect, but the principle it represents is too important to be reduced to another battleground for anti-transformation zealots and Gucci revolutionaries to spew identity politics. The DA and the Freedom Front Plus want us to believe that South Africa can't afford a national health insurance scheme because of corruption, because of the devaluing.
Honorable Herron, our apologies. There's a member, Honorable Ramatwa, on the platform, and you are interfering with the member who's at the podium. Switch off the microphone of the member, please. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. The DA and the Freedom Front Plus want us to believe that South Africa can't afford a national health care scheme because of corruption, because of the devaluing of health insurance company shares on the JSE, and because of the poor conditions in the public health facilities. The EFF, on the other hand, says the NHI preserves privilege and a two-tier system. The one lot wants to scare privileged communities into believing that the NHI will deprive them of the right to high-level medical care they presently enjoy and pay for. The other lot wants South Africa to believe that the NHI is not aggressive enough in redistributing resources from the privileged to the poor. The parties agree that the NHI should be rejected based on totally opposing interpretations of the same bill. Instead of focusing constructively on tightening provisions on the bill, it's just another platform for their politics of fear, mistrust, and loathing. While they squabble over their identity sandwich, inequality and deprivation continues to reign. The concerns over corruption, poor quality public health facilities, and inadequate resources, both financial and human, are legitimate. But weaponizing the NHI debate in the run-up to the next election lacks legitimacy. And so does using state corruption and inefficiency as an excuse to oppose the country's developmental agenda. Many nations around the world are presently grappling with their obligation to meet the most basic human rights, the right to adequate medical services regardless of your ability to pay for it. In Ghana, the first country in Africa to implement a national health scheme, the NHI has positively impacted on the country's life expectancy and disease prevention and has improved financial access to healthcare. South Africa's NHI aims to address inequality and scarcity of healthcare resources and improve healthcare services for all. It seeks to eliminate price gouging in the private sector and improve access and quality of care for those who rely on the public sector. The objectives are good. Potential barriers to the NHI's success, including corruption, must be addressed. We support the bill because we believe in the principle of universal health care and we believe in South Africa's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Allow me to advise this House that the National Freedom Party will support the NHI bill tabled here today. Allow me at the same time to reiterate the point that we've made before, that South Africa needs to move to a preventative healthcare system in order to save lives. Latest statistics is people are dying at a very young age. Very little or no budget is appropriated towards ensuring that we communicate to the masses on the ground on living healthier lives and prevent untimely deaths. Now, having said that, a latest survey or report has found 5 out of 696 health facilities had only passed the inspection. That is how poor the state of healthcare is on the ground. Primary healthcare has a lot of work to be. That's the first problem that we have. The second problem we have is the limited budget that is made available to this particular department. The other problem that we have, of course, and a very important problem, and that is the issue of the lack of availability of medical practitioners and nurses. Not that they are not available, but more importantly, because the inadequate resources to accommodate them, giving rise to the fact that a large percentage of them remain unemployed. Now, I think my question to some of those that are opposing this, do you know what it is to be 60 years old and standing in a queue, waiting for medical facilities, and you are told you are too old, that we cannot accommodate you, we will spend money on the younger? No, you don't understand. Do you understand what it is when you go to a hospital and they say, we do not have the necessary facilities available right now, wait for 6 months or 2 years on the waiting list, and people die before that? No, you don't understand that. So the NFP is of the view that together we should find solutions. Yes, indeed, there are lots and lots of challenges that we're going to face. However, the department needs to do a lot more to ensure they improve on the quality of the infrastructure, the availability of healthcare workers in order to be able to connect them, particularly to the rural areas. These are the communities that are most affected. The other problem that we have is there is no coordination between the Department of Health and other relevant stakeholders. As a result, we have a high levels of alcohol abuse and drug substance abuse in this country. And that is giving rise, even the younger generation today in South Africa, the challenges that we face, particularly at the youth of today with alcohol and the impact that it is having in the healthcare in the country needs to be addressed. And more importantly, immigration and the impact it's having on our healthcare services. Clearly, I think a lot of work needs to be done, Honorable Chairperson. However, it's not something that we cannot address, but we need to collect.
Remember, your time is now expired. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, the Deputy President of the country, ministers and deputy ministers, in particular my Minister Patla, honorable members, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Given the significant inequalities in healthcare access provision and standards of care, it almost seems redundant that a case needs to be made when the necessity of NHI is so crystal clear. Section 27 of the Bill of Rights states, everyone has the right to have access to healthcare services. It further states, the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights, namely the socio-economic rights in general. NHI is about the standardization of care. It is about ensuring all providers of health services implement services that meet quality standards. NHI is about capacity building and skills transfer at all levels across the health system so that it is no longer the case that the private sector is seen as the option of choice for qualified and to be qualified healthcare professionals. NHI is about reducing the huge disease burden by equipping the public sector, the main healthcare provider to the South African people, with the necessary resources to treat them effectively as well as the growing number of non-communicable diseases and chronic conditions. NHI is about protecting individuals and households from financial hardships, from needing healthcare services, be they out-of-pocket payments and extra fees for member of medical aids or user fees in our public health facilities that the poorest of the poor cannot afford. NHI will provide financial risk protection as it will be a prepayment-based system. Individuals will not be required to pay at the point of use of the health service or system for the healthcare services covered. This payment will be far lower than current medical aid contributions. Moreover, people can move from one employer to another without fearing losing healthcare coverage like it is now. It is about equity, social solidarity, and building a caring, empathetic society. Of course, society's most vulnerable will be the primary beneficiaries of NHI. Ultimately, we want to improve the general health status of the population and raise life expectancy. Better health outcomes impact children's ability to learn. Better health outcomes increase one's ability to work and contribute to the nation's productivity. NHI will benefit households, including middle-class households. Less will be spent on medical care. This in turn will enable families to save and have more disposable income. Employers will benefit from predictability in financing the nation's healthcare system, and employer contributions for medical schemes cover will be reduced by allocating funds for payroll tax towards NHI and not to medical schemes. We can expand the financial envelope to provide healthcare to all South Africans. This includes the state itself as an employer, the public service inclusive of all tiers of government and government entities is the largest contributing employer towards medical schemes. The private sector, including but not limited to the private healthcare sector, will benefit from the opportunities to contract with the NHI to provide health services to the broader public instead of the small percentage of the population which currently they serve. Health practitioners will benefit from improved referral systems, a bigger pool of empowered users, reduced costs for goods required to provide services, and predictable payments mechanisms. Under NHI, health teams will be introduced, reducing the huge workload facing healthcare practitioners in the public sector and enabling them to dedicate more time to serving patients. NHI will utilize economies of scale to purchase goods and services. Mechanisms will be introduced to purchase goods and services based on pressing health needs. This will ultimately result in cost containment. Lastly, the public health care sector, where most people rely, will be bigger than the biggest winner. There will be more resources for staffing, infrastructure, acquisition, maintenance, and upgrades, and access to equipment, medicines, and supplies under a new re-engineered system where human resources are being optimized. More jobs will be created. The management of health system will improve. Honorable members, healthcare will never be a normal market commodity. It is a public good and a society investment. As such, we must all vote in favor with our feet for the commencement of a new era where the fortunes of human beings and their lives are not subject to the roll of the dice, namely social circumstances. Let us do the right thing. Let us fulfill the aspirations of our Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Let us support this bill and pass it into law without delay. We owe it to our current and our future generations to build a South Africa where the right to access healthcare is not qualified, is not a right based on how much.
Honorable
or
member, your
little-
time is now expired.
We support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I was an alternative member of the Portfolio Committee, and I would like to commend Dr. Lomo for shaking the lead and handing the baton over to a very capable Dr. Jacobs. And Al-Jamaa would like to congratulate Dr. Jacobs for taking the vision of President Mandela forward. President Mandela, after listening to the General Assembly, where South Africa promised it will have universal healthcare by 2030, President Mandela took the bull by the horns and he gave universal access to healthcare to children under 6 years old. So all our honorable members that are speaking against the NHI, they are insulting President Nelson Mandela and they must hang their heads in shame. Honorable Chair, it cannot be that Afrikaners must live and Zulus must die because they don't have a problem with this constitution. You say in the constitution access to healthcare. That was the biggest mistake that the drafters did. It should have been the right to healthcare, and we would have had universal healthcare much earlier. So I cannot understand how honorable members of this House are not supporting this bill. It's a mission, a vision of President Mandela. The General Assembly of the United Nations has urged countries to have universal health care. And those who are opposing this bill just want more people to die because they can't afford medical services. So Al-Jamaa supports this bill. We'd like to congratulate the Portfolio Committee, all the members for the efforts they put in spite of a dramatic push by the corporate world to sabotage the right to life. Those who oppose this bill, they do not support the right to life. They want people to die. If this, it's 12 years now, if this NHI bill was adopted earlier on, we wouldn't have had so many deaths during COVID. And I shudder to think if people object to this bill, how many more will die because we don't have a universal system in place? Al-Jamaa has supported companies like NetClinic, who have already started to implement the NHI. They have 4 primary health care centers, 2 in Kailitsa, 1 in the Strand, and 1 in Mitchell's Plain. And we urge the private sector to visit the vision of President Mandela and to leave a legacy behind of universal health care. Al-Jamaa supports this bill, and we feel that those who do not do so are unpatriotic. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Wilson.
253 seconds.
Thank you, Chairperson. There is a quote from Aldous Huxley that reads, "Facts do not cease to exist because they are ignored." And the question is, have you told the truth about the NHI? I was on the public hearings, and without a doubt, those who were bussed-ins who support the NHI were misguided and not told the entire truth. There was, without a doubt, an assumption that once passed, the NHI would allow them to go to any hospital, including private hospitals, and that the lousy clinics they're forced to attend currently would be improved straight away. They were not told about the referral system. There was definitely an impression that abysmal services and crumbling infrastructure and doctor and nursing shortages would be fixed immediately. There was an obvious belief that there would be ambulances for all and that emergency services would no longer be a problem. They were convinced that medical shortages would be a thing of the past and corrected very quickly. So when exactly will you tell them the truth? When will they be advised that in actual fact it's going to take years before they see the NHI rolled out, and that they were misguided by those who arranged to bust them into the hearings? When will they be advised that the monies that could be used to improve health facilities will be used to establish a string of boards first, who must still discuss over a couple of years exactly what NHI will supply and what not? Any health problems and all health problems may not be covered. When will they be advised that you actually have no idea what the NHI will cost, and in actual fact, you have no money to do it? When will they be told that the majority of public health facilities are not compliant, and compliance is going to take a long time, and that according to the NHI bill, they cannot form part of the NHI until such time as they meet requirements? Let's see how quickly you can do that. When will you advise them that private hospitals are a no-go zone until they've actually bought into the NHI and will only offer limited services on referral only? When are you going to tell them that they are stuck with the abysmal services in hospitals for a long time yet? So, when all the president's men go out and brag that the NHI was passed today, tell them it still actually has to go to the NCOP, and it will take years to see the smallest of improvements, and that, sorry, you were misled. Minister, two trains that meet in the middle are called a train smash. So if you're going to try and get two parallel lines joined, expect the smash that comes with it. And by the way, the NHS in the UK has collapsed completely, with today's news stating that 7.4 million backlogs of people in the UK awaiting healthcare. 7.4 million. It has collapsed. I wouldn't go and study it if I were you. You will be disappointed. So are you going to tell the truth before the elections? I think not. You're going to use this as an ANC voting tool. But remember, the people will love you or they will hate you. And when they learn that they have been conned yet again, it's going to bite you badly. Bring on 2024 and the Moonshot Pact and the DA Universal Health Project that will work and improve the health of all South Africans, not the selected few that you are targeting. And I do find it so interesting that the Honorable Herron and the Honorable Hendricks did not attend one meeting, one hearing, and have a lot to say about something they obviously know nothing about. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Gela.
House Chairperson, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. The African National Congress support the adoption by this House of the National Health Insurance Bill without undue delays. We say this because the road towards national health insurance has been long. To exactly has been 14 years since the NHI bill policy was first introduced, as the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Patla, has noted, and it has been 4 years since the first interaction of the NHI bill was introduced to this House. As the Minister also noted, the case for universal health coverage in South Africa began at the dawn of our democracy in 1994. This case has been given renewed momentum, firstly because we seek to meet the sustainable development goals of which universal health coverage form part. But secondly, most importantly, because we can no longer afford a situation where your chances of leading a quality health life are determined by your ability to pay. As the African National Congress, we have consulted widely on the NHI bill amongst our members, supporters, and various sectors. We found there is overwhelming support for the national health insurance. The case for NHI is clear. In its presentation to Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Health in February 2022, the ANC has said the status quo of two-tiered health system is unsustainable. It is no longer an option. As our President, Comrade Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa has said, the African National Congress is committed to put in place a quality system for national health insurance, national health care, that we will expedite the implementation of the NHI through finalization of enabling legislation and putting in place NHI fund. Once passed by this House, the NHI Act will transform a fractured, fragmented and inequitable health system into a unitary, non-racial, accessible, efficient, equitable, and good quality health system for all South Africans. Under the National Health Insurance, all South Africans, all legal permanent residents, those designated as asylum seekers and refugees under international laws will have access to comprehensive personal health services benefits at accredited public and private healthcare facilities. All children will be covered. Like in other countries, tourists and international students must have a health insurance or pay for NHI provided healthcare services. Those eligible for NHI must register for it and produce their South African ID document, passport, or other document confirming their legal status in the country. The NHI national database has already approximately 50 million South Africans registered. The state will procure goods and services that will include primary and secondary care and tertiary and specialized care. Diseases prevention will also be included. What do we mean by comprehensive service under NHI? It means all medically necessary healthcare, including primary healthcare, emergency mental health, dental and eye care treatment, rehabilitation, and hospital services. Patients will have access to medicine and medical devices specified on the essential medicines and essential equipment list and diagnostic process specified in treatment guidelines and protocols. The focus will be on improving quality, standard of care and health for facilities that wish to contract with the NHI will have to meet a stringent quality standard set by the Office of the Health Standard Compliance and be certified. To be accredited by the NHI fund, a health service provider or a health establishment must have and produce proof of registration by relevant health profession council and a proof of certification as graded by the Office of the Health Standard Compliance. Furthermore, the service provider or a health establishment must meet the needs of users and ensure service provider compliance with a prescribed specific performance criteria. The standardization of care under NHI will benefit patients most. The Office of the Health Standard is empowered to enforce compliance on facilities that fail to maintain the necessary standard, hereby endangering the safety of patients and the staff. Service will be provided free at the point of care to eligible patients, and there will be no co-payment or user fees at any NHI accredited facilities. The primary healthcare will form the basics of NHI. Why is this significant? Because health promotion and disease prevention is a bedrock of sustainable health system, a strong referral system at the primary healthcare level, namely at clinics, will ultimately lessen the burden on the hospital. This in turn will reduce the hospital waiting times, overcrowding, and declining quality of care because they need to be more health professional to cater for these large numbers. The vision is for primary healthcare services to be delivered through a district health system. The configuration engineering under NHI will include ward-based primary healthcare outreach teams, district clinically specialist supports teams and integrated school health services. Honorable members, the passage of NHI enabling us to fulfill our obligation to the people of South Africa with respect to the right to access quality healthcare. NHI is about upholding the dignity of our people and redressing the shortcomings and failures in our existing public health system that have adored this dignity. Shame on you, AFF, because you are not supporting the program that will help the poor. Yet you wear clothes that represent the domestic workers and gardeners. How can you reject the bill that will help the poor? The ANC is there for the people and will never abandon the people. Opposition led by the DA are amongst the NHI, against the NHI because they protect the interest of few with medical aid. As parliamentarians, we should support the NHI bill because
please breathe, Mama, please breathe, please breathe.
Order, honorable members, order.
As parliamentarians, we should support the NHI bill because it paid by taxpayers. Yet we want to leave the taxpayers out. We never wanted to repeat the tragedies that never taken place, where life of patients, especially vulnerable patients, were denied because of resources constraint, staffing levels, inadequate training, low standard of care, and
order, honorable members. Continue.
And ANC wishes to use this opportunity to salute the many dedicated, hardworking men and women who serve our people daily in our hospitals and clinics nationwide. Many of the shortcomings that resulted in this tragedy were not for lack of dedication, professional staff, but resources constraint. We know you are all doing your best and working hard to serve your patients and often extremely difficult circumstances. The NHI benefits of the benefits of NHI are as much our health professional. They are for citizens, for patients. A better resourced, a better funded, and sustainable healthcare system will enable you to focus on what your years of training prepared you to serve your patients. The African National Congress, the African National Congress fully support the NHI bill and call on this House to be on the right side of the history by passing the bill. Only 9% Black people have medical aid. The NHI will give cover to all South Africans. This expensive medical aid expired before the year ends, forcing medical patients.
Remember, your time is now expired. Thank you.
Thanks God, otherwise we'll have to do the CPR on the stage.
Remember, your time is expired.
Long live NHI.
Order, honorable members. Order. I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Health. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable member from the EFF in front. Honorable member, do you want to leave? So behave yourself. Please continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to the honorable members, especially those who supported this bill, that it should be passed by this House. Honorable Clerk, now there's a lot which you said which is definitely not true. The fact that all the people who are currently on the medical cover and who are having access to private services will all migrate into only the public service. That's totally untrue. We have said here that the pooling of funds is to make sure that through the National Health Insurance Fund.
Honorable Minister, can you just hold? May I just ask the members over there? Honorable Gala, take your seat, and the Deputy Minister must take a seat as well. The Honorable Minister is responding to the debate. Honorable Minister,
They must leave the house.
order. Continue, Honorable Minister.
No, thanks, Chair. I was just clarifying, Honorable Clerk, that the purpose of this is to make sure that we all contribute into one pool under one fund, and so that we can be able to access services both in the facilities managed by public health service, but also those which are owned by private providers. But what we have emphasized also is the fact that in terms of the cost will be negotiated, but because you have a single purchaser, that single purchaser will have the volume to be able to negotiate better services at a better cost. So I think you must disabuse yourself from that. And also in terms of saying that during COVID, the ANC facilitated looting, that's absolutely wrong. You know yourself that it is the very same ANC government which makes sure that the system put in place, the fusion center and other interventions, including proclamations by the president to investigate and actually point out where wrongdoing and action is being taken in that regard. As for Honorable Chirwa, you know, about the Bill Gates, I think the person who instilled this in you must really just, you know, I don't know where it must go, to a Sangoma or somewhere. Just really take this out, because every debate, Bill Gates. Can you please just focus on the issues? Honorable Sukers, indeed, the NHI is saying the policy itself is stated very clear that primary health care will be the foundation of the national
Honorable
health
Minister,
insurance.
your time is now expired.
Thank you very much. I hope you all support the bill. Thank you.
Order. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? The DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. The DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Order, honorable members, will you take up now your allocated seats? Honorable members, the speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. In order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we do have the requisite number of members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the National Health Insurance Bill be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain locked, and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The ANC. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Here in the House, the ANC is having 72 members. On the visual platform, 128, which translate to 190. They are all vote in favor of the NHI.
Thank you. The DA.
Chairperson.
Yes, can we just repeat that, honorable member? Before, my apologies, Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Hadebe, can you just repeat your
200?
It's 200.
200.
Yes. It's 200. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members. The DA.
Chairperson, in the House, the DA.
Order, honorable members.
In the House, 16, online, 55, a total of 71 against.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Present in the chamber, 17, virtual 13, total is 30. We vote against.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In the House, we are 6, online we are 6, total of 12 voting against.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 4 members in the chamber and 4 members online. That's 8 against.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 2 in the House, 1 online, 3 voting against.
The UDM. The ATM. Good.
House Chair, there's 1 online and 1 in the House, both voting in favor. Thank you.
The ATM, order. The ATM,
One person online, we vote against. Thank you.
the NFP,
Chair, one on virtual in support of the bill. Thank you.
the AIC. The
One on
AIC,
virtual in support, Honorable Chair. One on virtual in support.
COPE. The PAC,
Chair, PAC 1 voting in favor.
Al Jama. Al Jama. It's not there. Honorable members, is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Is none. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Order, honorable members. The outcome of the division is as follows. Honorable Majosi and my good comrade, you again. Please, please. We are busy with the announcement of the result. It's a very important matter for South Africans. There's no abstentions. 125 voted against and 205 voted in favor. Order, order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. The question is thus agreed to. The secretary will read the bill a second time.
National Health Insurance Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Order. The secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of Land Court Bill and of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on amendments proposed by National Council of Provinces.
I now recognize the Honorable Magwanisha, the chairperson of the committee, who will introduce the report. Honorable Magwanisha.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Deputy President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. The Assembly passed the Land Court Bill B11B of 2021 and sent it to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence on the 29th of September 2022. On the 23rd of May 2023, the Council passed the bill subject to proposed amendments. The bill returned to the National Assembly for consideration of the Council's proposed amendments. Briefly, Section 22, subsection 1 of the Restitution of the Land Rights Act establishes a land claims court with exclusive jurisdiction in respect of the restitution of claims from arising from the Act. However, the Restitution Act never envisaged a permanent court with permanent judges. Instead, the Land Claims Court was established as a dedicated court with a limited lifespan to deal with claims for the restitution of land, but the restitution process became protracted and is not complete. The bill therefore proposes to establish a specialist land court to deal with all land-related matters as regulated by legislation. This will facilitate the speedy resolution of cases and contribute towards the development of appropriate jurisprudence in relation to land matters. The proposed amendments were made mainly in relation to the comments received from the public. Amongst others, the proposed amendments provide for persons to be appointed to the land court who had not been previously appointed to a bench in South Africa. Also, any person who was not a High Court judge at the time of being appointed to the Land Court does not automatically hold concurrent appointment to the court and the High Court, unless the Judicial Services Commission advises the president that the person must hold concurrent appointment. To address the issue of skills required to become an assessor, it is proposed that the presiding judges appoint assessors. An assessor will have to be skilled with experience relevant to the work of the Land Court. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, having considered the Land Court Bill B11B of 2021, Section 75 Bill, and proposed amendments of the National Council of Provinces, reports that it agrees with the proposed amendment 11 BC of 2021. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As there are no list of speakers, I now recognize the Chief Whip of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I move that the bill as amended be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish to ask any political party that wishes to make a declaration. DA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. This bill seeks to establish a specialist land court that will replace the Land Claims Court. It will enjoy the status of a high court, having concurrent jurisdiction with magistrates' court in respect of matters related to the land court and with which magistrates' court currently have jurisdiction. The bill is first introduced, determined the purpose and objects of the bill as being to enhance and promote the ideal of access to land on an equitable basis, to promote land reform as a means of reducing the results of past discrimination and to facilitate land justice. Land restitution and land reform remains an important issue in South Africa. Land ownership, and specifically historical land ownership patterns, are invariably used as a political tool in the run-up to elections, while very little is done by the government between elections to expedite and finalize unresolved land claims, or to implement effective land reform programs. A land court with permanent and full-time judges could, in theory, enable speedier resolution of disputes related to land and land usage. It is clear that the passing of this bill into law will be used by the ANC to try and convince people that structural issues were at the heart of this failure and that the court will play a role in bringing land justice. It is also envisaged that the passing of this bill will be used in tandem with the expropriation bill to argue that an ANC government will be well positioned post-2024 elections to deal effectively with land reform and even expropriation without compensation. It remains vitally important that all remaining land restitution claims be finalized as a matter of urgency, that land reform be supported through a program of action that rests on private initiative, private ownership partnerships and mentorship, and a government program that is properly funded, as well as the upgrading of land tenure rights and specifically the enabling of land ownership in areas under traditional leadership. The bill, as amended by the National Council of Provinces, is an improvement on, there are improvements on the bill, and we are satisfied that none of the provisions in the bill will enable or assist any attempts by either individuals or government to grab land. The danger of the court acting as a political court rather than a court of law has been diminished significantly, and the limitation of the requirements of the court to act as a court of law and equity to not only those outstanding land claims by the Supreme Court of Appeal being maintained as the Court of Appeal in respective cases decided by the court. We are not necessarily supportive of the substantive provisions of all laws that will fall within the jurisdiction of the Land Court, but this cannot inform our position on this bill, and we will support it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EFF concurs with the amendments made by the National Council of Provinces to the Land Court Bill. We would like to urge the President to sign this bill without delay to resolve the leadership crisis faced by the Land Claims Court at the moment. That court has an acting president who's on holiday half the time and does not have time to see to the administration of matters brought to that court. She has not kept any data relating to the work that the court does since its establishment and uses the excuse that the court is not a permanent court when asked to account. When we debated this bill here last year, we expressed our support because the contents of the bill were lifted straight out of the resolutions of our second National People's Assembly, in which we resolve that there must be a permanent People's Land Court with a national jurisdiction empowered to resolve all land disputes. This resolution was informed by our recognition of the structural and jurisprudential limitations of the Land Claims Court Bill, established by the Restitution of Land Rights Act in 1994. The first limitation is that the Land Claims Court was never meant to be a permanent court and was established to deal with legal disputes emanating from the land claims process, as well as disputes relating to the Labour Tenants Act. The second limitation flows directly from the first, in that because of the lack of permanency, the court has been unable to organically develop its own land jurisprudence in South Africa. The result is that you get conflicting judgments on matters whose facts are almost similar in that court, particularly on the court's definition of labor tenancy, leading to suffering of many vulnerable people. More concerning is that the Land Claims Court has been reduced into a court of evictions in which farm workers, farm dwellers have had their fields sealed because there is no progressive interpretation of the law to protect the most vulnerable of our people. So we are happy that the NCOP made amendments that clarify the role of magistrates in relation to land matters, as well as affirming the socio-economic mandate of the court. And we are in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the IFP. Ntwasemzini.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The resolution of the land issue carries with it the promise of healing the wounds of the past. Our land has social, spiritual, and economic value to our people, as it has the potential to be the foundation of renewed economy that our country critically needs at this moment. As the IFP, we have always championed for the allocation of all unused land which is in the hands of the state to our most vulnerable people. It is important that our people, depending on agriculture, to sustain themselves, are provided with specific support together with other developmental initiatives as these go a step further in redressing the imbalances of the past, which remain a thorn in our society. Land stands as the backbone of our being as a people, and although we believe the administration of communal land should remain under the custodianship of traditional leadership, from time to time we have urged the government to create training infrastructure by encouraging agricultural activities, by reopening agricultural training colleges. When the Land Court Bill was first introduced in 2021, there were genuine concerns on its need, as the already established Land Claims Court seems to be taken with carrying out a similar mandate. What this new Land Court seeks to do is fill in the gaps which have been left and widened by the Land Claims Court. The IFP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, the Freedom Front Plus is in support of the bill and the amendments proposed by the NCOP. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, order. Order, Honorable Members. Let me remind you that I know all your names. I'll call you 3 times, then you know what will happen. Thank you very much. I now recognize ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the ACDP has long moved for the establishment of a lands court. And we appreciate the fact that it has now come to fruition. Hopefully, the backlogs that have been established over the years will be redressed, and the ACDP stands in support of the establishment. The ACDP stands in support of the establishment of the land court. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the UTM. ATM. I now recognize Good.
Chair,
Oh, you are here. Over to
yes,
you.
yes, we are in support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize Good. I now recognize NFP. I recognize the IAIC.
We do support, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize COPE. PAC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The PAC supports the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Al Jama. I now recognize the ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy President. It was Sol Plaatje who declared, with the passage of the law, the Natives Land Act, that South Africa has by law ceased to be the home of any of her native children whose skins are dyed with a pigment that does not conform with the regulation hue. The consequences of the law, as observed by Plaatje, would prevent Black South Africans from investing their earnings in land whereon they could end their days in peace. Plaatje's observation highlights the intrinsic relationship between ownership of land, security of tenure, and the pursuit of prosperity, all of which was outlawed by for the Black population in 1913 by the way of the infamous Natives Land Act. Another consequence of the Natives Land Act was a problem of internally displaced people, whereby nearly 1 million newly designated squatters became homeless. This resulted in opportunities for white farmers to extort unreasonable demands on newly homeless Blacks, such as offering exploitative wages in return for the right to stay on their farm. The displaced Black people were forced to live in squalor and poverty or to seek employment on white farms, in the mines and urban areas. These consequences were aligned with the decades-long priority of the South African state to provide cheap Black labor for the benefit of the white population. The effect of this racially based segregation legislation was to force Black people to be perpetual tenants with very limited rights. Land dispossession was an ugly hallmark of both colonialism and apartheid, and conversely, a rallying point for the anti-apartheid movement. The issue of land has been present for more than 3 centuries. There is perhaps no other issue as closely intertwined with the history of the country than that of land. Chairperson, in the Ready to Govern policy document, the ANC made an argument that our approach to land issues must be placed in the context of our overall developmental strategy addressing problems of poverty, malnutrition, landlessness, and unemployment. It further argued that our approach should ensure that the homeless and landless will have access to land, shelter, and necessary services for family security. The ANC argued for the prioritization of the need to address demands and grievances concerning land restoration and land rights, including ownership by the creation of a land claims court through which competing claims to land can be resolved. This land claims court, it argued, would be affordable and accessible, and that the state would provide necessary financial assistance for those with limited means. The Land Court Bill was passed by the National Assembly in 2022 and referred to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The NCOP deliberated on the bill and some amendments were made, and same were considered by the Portfolio Committee of Justice and Correctional Services. The bill seeks to establish a specialist land court with its judgments, orders, and decisions appealable to the full bench. It seeks to deal with all land-related matters regulated by various acts. The establishment of this court will facilitate the expeditious disposal of cases and contribute towards the development of appropriate jurisprudence in relation to land matters. It is envisaged that the bill will also address some of the challenges emanating from the Land Claims Court. Every judge on the Land Court will be permanent and will be appointed by the President on the recommendation of the Judicial Services Commission. Judges must have experience or expertise in land right matters, and the judges of the court must also be representative of the race and gender demographics of the country. The bill places emphasis on alternative dispute resolution. Provision empowers the judge president to decide that a case should rather be resolved through mediation or arbitration and not in an open court. Judges will also be empowered to suspend a hearing at any time and refer a case to mediation or arbitration as they deem appropriate. This is supposed to provide a cheaper and quicker alternative for cases to be decided outside of the usual court processes, which tends to be more costly and adversarial. Judges will also be empowered to refer cases to legal aid so that an unrepresented party can be provided with a lawyer. The bill states that legal aid must provide a lawyer if substantial injustice would result otherwise. In keeping with land justice, the ANC supports this bill. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party as amended be passed? Since there are no objections, the bill will be sent to the President for assent. The Secretary now will read the fifth order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy, Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, and Portfolio Committee on Police on joint oversight visit on illegal mining to 5 South African provinces.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Zipo, the chairperson of the committee, to present the report.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson, the Deputy President of the African National Congress and the country, members of the House. I submit this report for the House to adopt. First, I must explain that this is a report that reflects the work of 3 portfolio committees, which is Mineral Resources, Energy, Police, and Home Affairs. Whilst the Committee on Mineral Resources is mandated to address illegal mining, which hampers economic growth and investment in the mining industry, illegal mining requires a coordinated rather than fragmented approach. In other words, there are push and pull factors that incentivize illegal mining that cut across sectors, sectors that focuses on different portfolios. Thus, therefore, there is a need to harmonize the standards and approaches on oversight visits. For an example, while some South Africans perceive illegal mining as a lucrative venture, to pass. The majority of illegal miners are undocumented foreign national from within the SADC region. Yet another example of illegal mining leads to secondary informal syndicate markets that supply commodities such as firearms, liquor, prostitution, just to name a few. These highlighted factors warranted a joint effort oversight of the 3 portfolio committees, which visited 5 provinces of the 9, which is Gauteng, Limpopo, Northwest, Mpumalanga, and the Free State. Of course, the coordinated approach to illegal mining assisted the participant portfolio committees to grapple with the causes and consequences of illegal mining from a joint oversight perspective. Amongst other issues that we have been observed is that the slow pace of the closure of rehabilitation of over 6,100 abandoned mines, the temporary closure of mines under care and maintenance, and the business rescue, which enables illegal mining. Just to illustrate, business rescue processes effectively allow mine owners to delay a decision on when to put the mine back to operation or liquidation or close, thereby incentivizing illegal mining. Also amongst the observation was that there is a challenge with regards that has been cited around the issue of our borders, which also allows the entry of foreign nationals undocumented in the country. Traditional authorities in other provinces, specifically in the Northwest, were also alleged to be granting letters to people to conduct mining activities without permits or mining rights being issued. Also, lastly, the existing legislation to combat illegal mining is fragmented. It lacks substantive measures to effectively deal with the activities. The ambit of illicit mining cuts across different legislation, which are administered by different departments. In particular, existing legislation that cut across include, but not limited, the Hazardous Substance Act of 1973, the Prevention of Organized Crime Act of 1998, the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act of 2002. Despite the contributing factors, the following are some of the proposed interventions that has to be done. That the DMRE must strengthen its capacity, the capacity of the Council for Geoscience and MinTech, so as to fast track the process of mine closure programs, and as well as the public investment in mining. The police must adopt and implement their 5-pillar intervention plan in terms of illegal mining. The Department of Home Affairs must be supported on its border management authority. Just few issues very quickly, Chair. Some of the things that we learned, if people don't believe how deep corruption is in South Africa, was the fact that there were in some areas, when you see an oxygen tank that is supposed to go underground, you may assume that it's an oxygen that is going underground, only to find that it has been opened, there is food that is being distributed underground. In one area, when we went, with all due respect, Babundos, we were told, and Honorable Lamola, we were told in Bloemfontein, when they came to take one man to appear in court, is called David One Eye. The correctional officers just made a guard of honor for him to go and be taken to a police van to go to court. There were 2 army officers from the South African National Defence Force that were also arrested because they were accompanying those kingpins that are delivering the illegal gold. So amongst other things, therefore, is that the company that is a state-owned company, MinTech, that is given a responsibility to close those mines. You are sitting with 6,100. They are only receiving 140 million rands per annum to close. That will take almost 16 years to close those mines. And that is why we say that there is a need to look at this thing. Lastly, House Chair, because I felt when I was sitting there being haunted by the image of a mini Fairfoot. I will explain now that I don't blame apartheid. I hate it. I don't blame it. We are this 140 million that is being paid to Mintek. It is the tax of the South Africans that are victims of the system of apartheid that was declared as crime against humanity. For somebody to come and stand here today when we are sitting with derelict and ownerless mind, that is as a result of irresponsible governance of the apartheid regime. You want us today to regret. I'm not an apologist of apartheid. Apartheid, we are where we are today, dealing with this legacy, including the issue of asbestos roofs that were only mined in order to be put in the roofs of our own houses. Thank you very much. I support the report.
Order, honorable members, I will now give an opportunity for any political party that wishes to make a declaration. Usual times for declaration of votes will apply. I now recognize the DA. Offer.
You're desperate to hear what I have to say. Good. Madam House Chair, one evening at the beginning of this month, firing broke out at the Zamimpilo informal mining camp next to Main Reef Road at Rivoli in Johannesburg. There's often firing at the camp, which is largely inhabited by illegal miners. This time it was particularly bad. A tire was hit on a taxi passing on Main Reef Road. Shots also hit the Horseshoe Mosque. Other residents had their windows shattered. In one video clip that's 30 seconds long, you can distinguish 34 different shots. Residents believe 2 Zamazamas were killed, but there's no confirmation. Police arrived more than an hour after the event. You can imagine the corrosive effect of that on the physical security and viability of that community. I tell you this to emphasize how much violence from illegal mining is impacting on the lives of South Africans. This report was completed 7 months ago. For 7 months, we have waited to get this before the House. What has happened in the meantime? Not much. The illegal mining goes on, the damage goes on. There have been various police operations conducted, some very successfully, like in the Free State and around Orkney. We were told about those when the committees went there. But since then, we have not heard about large numbers of kingpins being arrested elsewhere. It is unlikely that sporadic operations will permanently close down the large illegal syndicates. We heard how the illegal miners move between the provinces when it gets too hot for them in one place. If policing is going to succeed, it has to be systemic, with joint actions by police in all provinces and by all the departments concerned. It can't be sporadic. So far, there are no signs that policing will be systemic. So what happens when the police suspect illegal mining? Who do they call at the DMRE to find out who owns mineral rights or what licenses have been issued? Is there a protocol where they can find out from the DMRE who has the licenses and for what particular area? I asked the minister about protocols. He dismissively said he was not the SAPS, an answer which indicates he's not applied his mind in a similar slapdash manner which characterizes the operations of his department. And that is a large part of the problem, people not taking responsibility for fixing it. It's a real not my job civil service mentality. As long as that prevails, this problem will not be tackled effectively. The idea of this joint report was not a bad one. It led to some important oversight visits and highlighted a large number of shortcomings in the 3 departments concerned. Visits of this type always run the risk of only seeing things the departments want us to see and avoiding examples where the departments are clearly failing. That is particularly so when the regional officials advising on the visits are also the officials most often accused of corruption. We saw that when the committee visited eMalahleni in what should have been a refreshingly unscripted surprise visit. Sadly, when the visits revealed some real surprises, the ANC members on the committee seized these as an excuse not to look at clear instances of corruption in the DMRE and the police. That made it look like they were covering up for corruption in the Mpumalanga DMRE, corruption which is taken as read by any miner who has to deal with that office. Nevertheless, this report has done important work and has identified a number of legislative gaps. One of the most important is the admission that illegal mining is not criminalized, which has often tied the hands of the police. Let that sink in. There is no crime called illegal mining.
Honorable member, 1 minute, can you just take a seat? May I warn this house that you are not allowed to take pictures. You can heckle, but also don't drown the speaker. There are rules here. And no. Honorable members, I was not calling for arguments across the table, the house. I just want to notify you that the do's and the don'ts that you are not supposed to do. You may continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam House Chair. So I've been talking about the lack of criminalization of illegal mining on this committee since 2015. There's been wide agreement within the various iterations of the committee that something needs to be done, but nothing ever happens. In this report, the SAPS Legislation and Management Division identifies 5 changes that need to be made to the MPRDA, 8 changes that need to be made to the Diamond Act, and 14 that need to be made to the Precious Metals Act. When Parliament passes this report, as it no doubt will, it will remove any excuse for delay. When the House sits again next term, we need to see proposals for changes and a legislative pathway to get this done quickly. Some of the observations and recommendations in this report are trivial and wrong-headed. Nevertheless, the valuable and important parts of this report are so valuable and important that we will support this report and urge as strongly as we can for action. Break with the habits of departmental sloth and put this right. Residents of Rivoli and thousands more people who are oppressed by the actions of illegal miners are depending on it.
Thank you. I now recognize the EFF. Just switch on your mic.
Thank you, House Chairperson. In 2012, a mine collapsed in the Northern Cape, resulting in the loss of lives of illegal mining and injuring several others. After the affected community had not received a satisfactory response and illegal mining was spreading throughout the country, the South African Human Rights Commission launched an investigation in 2013 and issued a report on illegal mining in 2014. Instead of interventions being undertaken then and its recommendations implemented then, it would gather dust somewhere. The horrifying rape at gunpoint of 8 women and the robbery of the crew at a West Village mine in Krugersdorp, just a few days before Women's Month, would take place roughly 10 years after the Komaggas mining tragedy. This horrible incident inspired yet another PR campaign by this government, during which there appeared to be some concern about illegal mining. For a brief period, all hands were on deck, and every other day would receive an update on the number of illegal miners who have been apprehended. This is despite the fact that the SAPS had said for several years, including a report made to this very parliament, that the illegal miners are just small fish, and to combat illegal mining, they should be targeting the sharks, dismantling international illegal mining syndicates specifically. The EFF called out the government for missing the real significance of the incident, which was a sign that the South African government had utterly failed its citizens in tackling crime and gender-based violence. They instead chose to use a xenophobic tone and place the blame of the incident on illegal miners. They continued to give the impression that the EFF was protecting illegal immigrants, despite the fact that our position has always been that all criminals, regardless of nationality, must be caught and punished. It is also wrong to put the blame for criminal activities on non-South African Africans. However, developments in the case showed that once again, rather than the state performing its duty, they went on a wild goose chase. This came about after it was discovered that one of the masterminds was a former South African police officer and that none of the illegal miners paraded as suspects could be linked to the crime. Do these developments indicate that illegal mining is not a problematic criminal activity in South Africa? Of course not. Does the EFF support the adoption of this report? Of course we do. And we sure hope it will not gather dust like all other reports on the subject. However, the blame game needs to stop. The DMRE, together with the Departments of Police, Correctional Services, and Home Affairs, should work on a joint venture and combat illegal mining once and for all. Illegal mining is a serious crime that has resulted in South Africans losing billions of rands annually.
money that could be used for service delivery, also putting a security risk on our country. The nonchalant response to it is a clear indication, however, that some of the officials who should be addressing illegal mining are direct beneficiaries of this crime. We would want to reiterate that at the center of combating illegal mining is the correct profiling of the illegal mining syndicate, urgently formalizing artisanal mining and interdepartmental collaboration. This also means that we need to update our legislation to make sure that we are able to combat illegal mining. Our people have been waiting for almost 30 years to participate in the mining industry. And even the program that we're told about right now, that it is on board and on the pipeline, its potential beneficiaries cannot even afford to go to the regional offices to support applications, let alone afford conducting the EIA process. We need to be with our people. We need to support our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Crimes affect both industry and people and have long-standing effects. Unfortunately, the mining industry is not exempt from this, especially when it comes to illegal mining. A report by the Transnational Alliance to Combat Illicit Trade has pointed out there are between 8,000 and 30,000 people reported to miners to work, reported to work in South Africa. It has also indicated that illegal gold mining operations have become a major challenge to legitimate companies, as 5% of South Africa's annual gold production is lost to illicit activities. The oversight visit, as per report, has clearly indicated the issue of illegal mining cannot be addressed if government departments work in isolation. Undocumented foreign nationals, workers as legal miners, are not only an indication of lacking border control, but also once again shed light on the state of chaos in the Department of Home Affairs. Last year, we had a front row seat to witness the devastating impact illegal mining has on communities when a group of young women were savagely attacked and raped by illegal miners in Krugersdorp. However, not a single perpetrator was brought to justice, as the NPA acquitted all 14 suspected illegal miners on the basis of lack of sufficient evidence. One cannot help but question whether the outcome would have been different had the South African Police Service detectives had the necessary knowledge and skills to investigate cases relating to illicit mining. Furthermore, abandoned and unrehabilitated mines continue to provide illegal miners with land to freely peruse and explore as they see fit. Once again, the IFP re-emphasized the report's recommendation that only in this only a multidisciplinary approach will solve
I
our
understand you
problem.
didn't hear me, but the time
The
is up.
IFP supports the report.
Thank you, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Now I recognize the FF plus. while the FF Plus is walking to the podium, if Honorable Majosi, I request you in future, you also assist me because I understand Prof's challenge. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, in South Africa, mining is not merely an economic activity. It has a sad history of human rights violations, was the cause of war and of political turmoil. History is littered with unscrupulous participants in the industry who cared neither for the environment nor the people. At the end of the life cycle of mines, the same ethics, or rather lack thereof, prevails. The irresponsible coal mining near the Jackaroo Park residential area in implicated and the prospecting in an area of small holdings in the Mogalakwena municipality is worrisome. We should not repeat the same mistakes as the past, Honorable Chairperson. And that is why we should take note of these activities and should actually voice against them. This report sheds light on the harm unscrupulous operators inflicts on the country because of porous borders, inadequate and failed policing, and insufficient regulation of old mines. The report confirms the adage of politics as nature allows no vacuum. It describes the vacuum in governance and safety created by the ANC government and also who fills it. The FF Plus supports the report.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize ACDP.
Honorable House Chairperson, as we consider this report, the ACDP asserts that our nation cannot become allowed to be one of illegalities. We have illegal electricity connections, illegal water connections, illegal drug and gun smuggling, and illegal mining on the rise. The Joint Oversight Report lays bare the gruesome, graphic, and at times grotesque nature of illegal mining in South Africa. Our gold, platinum, chrome, coal, sand, and other precious minerals mined illegally, largely by foreign nationals, leave our shores at great cost to the social fabric of our communities, our economy, and environment. Many communities in the vicinity of illegal mining have to endure a number of criminal activities, including mass shootings and killings, gang rapes, tampering with infrastructure, including the theft of copper cables and illegal electricity connections. Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP would like to remind this House of the immense economic hardship many of our law-abiding citizens have to face, particularly with rising inflation and the Reserve Bank's blunt tool response of increasing interest rates. The mining sector, with some $3 trillion of untapped mining reserves, if properly managed, can be used to greatly reduce unemployment, poverty, and inequality in South Africa. Two of the causative factors of illegal mining is that there are over 66,100 abandoned mines in South Africa, and many others lying idle while under business rescue. A third yet telling factor are the legislative gaps, such as Section 34(1)(b) and (d) of the Immigration Act, which allow magistrates to release arrested illegal miners back into the communities. The allegation is that some of the magistrates are colluding with the syndicates or fear the syndicates and have hence tend to use this section to release the arrested foreign nationals. If this and other legislation is not properly amended, it will render the SAPS's 5-pillar approach to mitigate the crisis of illegal mining useless. The ACDP, in supporting this report, calls for the speedy implementation of the recommendations, failing in which the oversight visits of the relevant portfolio committees will amount to nothing other than more fruitless and wasteful expenditure and more suffering in the related communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the UTM. ATM.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, we can't surrender our country to illegal mining. Wrongdoing is wrongdoing, regardless of who the culprit is. For the crimes against innocent communities and citizens are too brutal for this House to ignore. The bottom line, Chairperson, is that illegal mining is facilitated by politicians, mining companies, and government officials. Until the government deals with these syndicates that facilitate illegal mining, illegal miners will always be there and innocent communities will be terrorized. The state must go after these syndicates that enable and drive illegal mining. Ministers, politicians, mining companies who are involved in illegal mining must be exposed and face the full might of the law. Mintech must be given an increased budget to close the mines. The reality, Chair, is that majority of illegal miners are not South Africans. The guns seized are not registered in South Africa, and the explosives used in illegal mining are smuggled from neighboring countries. Therefore, illegal mining and other crimes are enabled by porous borders and poor management of immigration in South Africa. All criminals must be flushed out from our communities, and South Africa cannot be a preferred destination for criminals. We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Good. NFP. AIC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The multi-joint oversight visit between the portfolio committees of Home Affairs, Mineral Resources and Energy and Police, which took place in September 2022, is a model of clarity. These joint operations traversed long-standing problems of illegal mining and mining syndicates. We learned of how social dislocation in our communities is fermented through illegal guns, drug abuse, and prostitution. There was no question of the impacts of the relic mines in fueling illegal mining. It is no surprise that in our recommendations to deal with the relic mines, we were clear that there is a need to be more firm on the use it or lose it principle as set out in the MPRDA. We also felt that there was a greater need to look at the budget model earmarked for mine closure programs. The role of the Department of Home Affairs in our operation proved successful. As we resolved, there was a commitment to boost the capacity of immigration services. The deployment of the 200 border guards was to be beefed up to improve capacity and efficiency. The lack of coherence in the different legislative regimes which spillages on the mining sector was sharply raised during our discussions. In this regard, there was to be a great emphasis on streamlining the Hazardous Substance Act, the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, the MPRDA, and other relevant legislations. We emerged with solid voice in joint show of force to rid our country of illegal mining and its attendant spillages, such as social disorder and high levels of crime. We support the report as the AIC, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Cope. PAC. Al-Jama. ANC.
No, but I can't have 3 minutes.
No, okay, we will sort out the clock.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Chairperson, the ANC supports the
Honorable-
adoption of this report.
Just give us a chance. Our apology. Can we set up the clock properly, please?
Please do.
It's
No,
7
it's
minutes. No, allow me to assist you. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
The ANC supports the adoption of this report primarily because mining is an important industry in which industrial development and mineral beneficiation can be pursued in South Africa. Actually, South Africa enjoys a comparative advantage and boasts ample opportunities in the precious metal group and other mineral resources deemed critical in the transition to a green economy. However, illegal mining remains a key challenge which affects mining as a catalyst to industrial development and mineral beneficiation in the country. For an example, the revenue loss due to illegal mining is estimated to be around 14 billion a year, making South Africa one of the biggest sources of illegal mining on the continent of Africa. This estimated loss of revenue is based on the revenue generated by illegal gold production alone, implying that illegal mining conducted across various mineral deposits beyond gold, such as coal, platinum, iron ore, manganese, diamonds, and aggregate sand, result in additional foregone revenue for the government. Chairperson, it's worth mentioning that illegal mining is influenced by both structural and policy factors. Structural factors include the rising levels of unemployment and porous borders, which act as a pull factor that incentivize people to engage in illegal mining. In particular, the Department of Home Affairs lamented that while limited administrative capacity at our borders encourage the inflow of undocumented migrants that make illegal mining a lucrative business in the country. Corruption and maladministration in the Department of Home Affairs itself is also linked indirectly to legal mining as it makes our borders vulnerable to undocumented migrants, especially from Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, and the Kingdom of Eswatini. Despite these challenges, the Home Affairs remains committed to remedy some of its weaknesses through innovative efforts such as the appointment of the Border Management Authority Commissioners and the Border Guards. By contrast, policy factors that incentivize illegal mining include placing mines under business rescue, as well as care and maintenance for a prolonged period of the mining legislation. The shortcomings of the Companies Act in relation to business rescue processes and the poor management of the mining rights issued by traditional leaders, which fall under the remit of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. The issuing of mining rights by traditional leaders was a common practice in both Limpopo and the Northwest. And this strengthens the suggestion that traditional leaders confuse land ownership and mineral resources ownership, which is totally two different things. And this issue must be corrected by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, as well as police. While illegal mining affects the competitiveness of South Africa's mining industry, it is not a trap from which South Africa has no escape to the hope. In other words, South Africa can break free from illegal mining, and that is precisely the reason why portfolio committees jointly embarked on a collaborative joint oversight visit to Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Free State, and the Northwest, which are prone to illegal mining, in the hope of developing policy guidelines of how best to address the scourge of illegal mining in the country. Chairperson, these 5 provinces, aside from Gauteng, share 2 similar characteristics. They boast mineral endowments, and yet they remain largely underdeveloped. Actually, illegal mining, if it was to be addressed with the agency it deserves, greater potential benefit for the provincial economies and residents can be achieved. Illegal mining does not only impact negatively on prospects for industrialization and mineral beneficiation, it also has a negative bearing on human development and well-being, particularly given that it is associated with kidnapping, human trafficking, child labor, forced labor, illegal firearms, rape, murder, intimidation, housebreakings, theft, assault, and corruption in nearby communities. And as a consequence, the Department of Police is mandated to respond to social effects of illegal mining. Unfortunately, illegal mining is an unfamiliar terrain for the country's law enforcement and security personnel, in large part because of the complexities around its nature and participants that have sophisticated military training. Now, if you have heard, everybody was agreeing to the report, except one man who came here and say, Honorable Mantashe is in denial in accepting that there's illegal mining in South Africa. He doesn't. He is just refusing to define it differently because it is a criminal activity and it remains a criminal activity which needs to be addressed by the police enforcement. You see, the insatiable appetite of Comrade Lorima to redefine this illegal mining led us to trouble in one of the provinces where he wanted us to go to a legal mine that he himself has declared illegal, an illegal mining because one, he doesn't like the owners, two, they are black. So we can't define the mining activities because of color. We don't subscribe to that. So that attempt to redefine the definition of illegal mining, we will totally reject it and say racism down.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, honorable members, I now recognize the chief whip of the majority party.
I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Any objections? There are no objections. The motion is agreed to. I now request the secretary to read the sixth order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Auditor General on draft notice determining the remuneration of all categories of public office bearers, including members of the independent constitutional institutions for the financial year 2021-2022.
Thank you. I am informed that agreement amongst parties at the portfolio committee meeting, there will be no declarations. I now put the question. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Auditor General, which recommends, among other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the Auditor General for the financial year 2021-22? There are no objections. The motion is agreed to. I request the secretary to read the seventh order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on draft notice determining remuneration of councillors of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa.
Thank you. I am as well informed that the agreement amongst the political parties in the Portfolio Committee, there will be no declaration. I put the question to the House. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies, which recommends, among other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of the remuneration of councillors of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA? There are no objections. The motion is agreed to. The secretary would read the eighth order of the day.
Debate on Youth Day, decisive action to accelerate socio-economic opportunities to transform the lives of the youth.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Dereko to the podium.
House Chairperson, Deputy President of the country, honorable ministers, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. This afternoon, I stand before you in this important month in the history of our country, a month that reminds us of how capable young people are in terms of turning things around, especially when they work together as a collective. Like
Honorable Dereko, please proceed.
like the youth of 1976 did. So I'm addressing you on a subject that is very close to my heart, which is advancing significant change in our understanding of the social, political, economic challenges that the youth of our country are facing today. We always said that the future of our country is young people, and I strongly believe that the future is now. Therefore, it is critical for any government to take care of its youth because it serves as an investment to the country's future. South African government also have a responsibility to ensure that it develops the young people of the country so that we can have a South Africa that is very successful, because when the young people are successful, we know that our country is going to be successful because we'll have people who will be proactive, who will be able to think beyond the box and be able to transform our country to a better country. The ANC-led government, we have adopted a proactive approach to solving these challenges, which are the challenges of unemployment and poverty in our youth. Democracy and youth development are key evidence of developing society that must inspire confidence in response to our societal crisis. The birth of democracy in 1994 brought hope and recognized milestone for the previous disadvantaged majority. Amongst the progressive steps that was the acceptance of the need of a proper plan for investing and for investment in the development of young people, which resulted in the formation of Youth Commission and Umsobomvu Youth Development. This organization were ultimately merged together to become the NYDA. The ANC-led government has deliberate in setting up the Presidential Yes Program and the NYDA to provide products and services to respond to the challenges of young people, including lack of funding for education, lack of startup for capital of business, and lack of mentorship, unemployment, etc. We have further established the youth directorates and the youth offices in various levels of government. We continue to initiate various youth development program and empowerment initiatives to support young people in various spheres of government. In 2019 National Election Manifesto of the ANC pledged to transform our economy in order to serve our people via the policies that will encourage a development, growth, path to create more employment and jobs to our people. As a result of that, the government is continuously making effort to ensure that young people get jobs. Currently, we do have young people who are still working in government in different positions, while others are working in private sector, and government is still continuing to support private sector in order to boost our economy and to create more jobs for our youth. With the ANC being a governing party and managing democracy for all South Africans, we have seen a significant number of young people under the age of 35 sworn in as the members of parliament, including Honorable Votan Tsube, Honorable Naledi Chiwa, the DA Chief Whip, myself, and others. This could have not happened if it wasn't for the ANC, which is an organization that recognized the capacity of young people to drive the country forward. In all our provinces, we have young people who have occupied strategic positions such as mayors, speakers, whips of the council. And we also have the directors and HODs of young people, because we understand that we are living in a country that is very useful, and it is important that we embrace the capacity of young people. In terms of transformation in the mining sector, in the past few years, we have seen young people entering into the field that was previously seen as a male-dominated industry. We have Mrs. Riabetsu Mabaso. At the age of 29, was appointed as a geologist manager for Anglo Gold SA Coal. She's one of the young people, young women who have joined a generation of women who are changing the face of the mining industry. Ms. Portia Malele has also been appointed as a mine manager for Drill and Blast System Mine at the age of 32. This could have not been happening if it wasn't for the ANC-led government that has fought against inequality and discrimination regarding the age and gender. Today's youth are given an opportunity to shine without fear of patriarchal tradition or discrimination towards their age or their gender. However, despite the above mentioned challenges, we do agree that we still have challenges that we need to deal with in addressing the issue of the people. And also on the issue of economy, the province of Northwest and Free State, there has been some interaction between the municipalities and the mining companies in terms of introducing the small-scale mining and also rehabilitation of the mining towns. So as a result of that, the municipality and the mining sector are on the agreement that some of the mining dams that are not being used should be donated to community members who have a knowledgeable skills on mining so that they can introduce small-scale mining, which is going to assist in terms of job creation and skills development. Different young people in rural and urban areas do not encounter the same challenges. However, government is trying to address the needs of all the youth, irrespective of their background. Today, we are faced with new challenges compared to the one of 1976. However, government is trying all means to ensure that all government departments are assisting in terms of assisting young people into business, bursaries for those who want to go to school. As the ANC, we also pronounce ourselves as an organization that strives to provide a better life for all, which is something that is not achievable. However, it may take a bit longer because we are correcting the injustices of the past 100 years done to our people by the great-grandmothers and great-fathers of the likes of Honorable Wessels, Honorable Steenhuisen. Hence, some of them, because they are beneficiaries of the apartheid regime, will not understand our struggle as young people. Today, some of us are subjected to black tax, not because our families or relatives were lazy, but because the old apartheid system that benefited some of you who are here has deprived them an opportunity to do things for themselves. So when we start working today, we have to go back and check our families because the system of apartheid, of DA, Freedom Fund Plus, has deprived our families that opportunity. The old special planning used under apartheid era continues to have a significant and widespread impact on South African working class, especially the youth, because we're spending a lot of money moving from one place to another when we go to work because of the special planning that was putting the black people away from where the main economic stream were in. So the DA, because it is a hypocrite organization, will come here and blame everything to the ANC, forgetting that we are fixing their mess of their grandmothers who have contributed to the current state that we find ourselves in. So I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Young people in this country will have a choice to make. Do we continue to struggle under an uncaring government that is all talk and no action? Or do we vote in a government that takes young people seriously and has a track record of providing young people with opportunities to enter the job market and become economically active? Almost 250,000 young people have lost their jobs in the first quarter of 2023, thanks to the ANC. If we want to talk about decisive action to transform the lives of young people, then we need to talk about decisive governments that can action this. And the ANC is by far the least qualified when it comes to deciding or actioning anything. Through public and private sector initiatives, DA-run municipalities and in the Western Cape show a track record of job creation, skills development, and creating economic opportunities. The Western Cape created 98% of net jobs in the fourth quarter of last year, while the ANC government is focused on nonsense like the racial quotas, which, by the way, will not increase jobs, but rather divide an already divided country on racial lines. You may not like to hear it, but the DA has and will continue to prioritize young people with real opportunities. In the city of Cape Town, 150 million rand has been allocated to sports and recreational facilities because young people need to get off the streets and into spaces where they can hone their talent and be the best they can be. The city of Cape Town has prioritized assistance with substance abuse through the city's Matrix Substance Abuse Treatment Program, which has seen an 80% success rate, helping many young people get their lives back on track, with over 8,200 patients screened since 2016. More action, less talk is the business of the DA. In Mossel Bay, the DA has a dedicated budget to system development learnerships because we are very aware that we must be able to keep up and compete with regional and global trends and ensure that our young people are equipped with skills to do this. The DA in Umgeni municipality, under the leadership of our young mayor, Chris Papas, in the last financial year, prioritized young people through programs focused on assisting with tertiary funding, applications, and work readiness, as well as assistance to youth entrepreneurs to assist them in growing their business and to equip young people with the skills and knowledge on what is available to improve their lives. Young people between the ages of 15 to 24 and 25 to 35 remain the most vulnerable in the labor market today, with the unemployment rates at 62.1% and 40.7% respectively for this last quarter. These stats are proof of the ANC's uselessness. Young people, the choice is yours. We can remain stagnated under a failing ANC government or take a chance and vote for a government that will prioritize your needs. The proof is there. We have the opportunity in 2024 to kick incompetence, corruption, and absolute non-caring governments out and welcome competence, integrity, professional and caring governments through the Moonshot Pact. Young people, our time is
The
now.
honorable member's
Let's go
time
to
has
the
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
As I recognize the next speaker, just to indicate that this is a maiden speech, I therefore expect that the speaker be respected. I also expect that it won't be controversial. Honorable Shikwambana, I did not call you yet. Honorable Shikwambana, I still have to call you. I now call Honorable Shikwambana to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, House Chair.
I follow the table. Go ahead, Honorable Shikwambana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the President, the Commander-in-Chief of the 26 July movement, the only weapon in the hands of the marginalized and exploited young people, the officials, commissars, and all ground forces of the EFF. Special greetings to the young people of the Shikwambana village in Tzaneen, who have lost hope, the unemployed youth of Seshego, Messina, and Toyando in Limpopo, who have also lost hope. The unemployed young people of Umhlaba Umlaz, Josini in KwaZulu-Natal, the forgotten young people of Putaditav, Fateng in the Free State, Dishabeng, Reeds in Ketwana, in the Free State, and all young people all over South Africa. We say to you, the economic freedom fighters have never and has never even forgotten you. As young people, we are tired of rhetoric, slogans, and June 16 rallies. We want economic freedom now. We stand here firm, confident and clear to declare 2024 as our 1994.
This is why we call on all young people from the age of 16 years old in all schools, institutions of higher learning, and also in the workplaces to register to vote. To register to vote, you can either visit the IEC website or download the app, or simply dial *134 *20024# to register to vote for the EFF. For the first time since 1994, we have more than 50% of young people not in education, not in training, not also in employment. This means that the majority of young people in South Africa they wake up in the morning every day and do nothing for the rest of the year. This crisis is a social crisis that threatens the stability of this country. This is a crisis that breeds criminality. It breeds alcohol and substance abuse. It breeds many of the social ills that we are dealing with today as a nation. House Chairperson, to be young person is to be in a phase of transition. You transition from being dependent to be independent. You transition from being a member of a society to a productive member and to participate actively into the economy of this nation. By failing to create jobs and economic opportunities means that we are failing to provide transition phases for millions of young people. We are condemning them to a permanent position of being in a childhood state. More than 7 million people are unemployed today. 3.4 million have lost hope of finding employment, and 13 million are not economically active. The majority of these are young people as we speak today. This is what must happen. We must make education free and decolonize education and make it well-resourced and organized. We are encouraged by the undying spirit of many students in the institutions of higher learning who are quick to join the EFF Students Command, who we are continuing and we are going to continue to fight for our young people. We must create millions of jobs through incentive to special economic zones, through building municipal internal capacity, and many other avenues that need a manual labor. Anyone who's willing to open a factory and employ people anywhere in South Africa, especially in the township, must be given some form of real and tangible incentives. And those things, not these things of Ramaphosa we are seeing today.
Order, point of order. Point of order.
Take your seat, Honorable Khadebe.
Oh, bizanga man.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Your mic is off.
Chairperson, I'm rising on Rule 82 that you cannot call each other on first name terms, even if you are giving a maiden speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khadebe. Take a seat. Honorable Shikwambane. Thank you, Honorable Khadebe. Your point of order is upheld. Honorable Shikwambane, I did pick that up. You're not allowed to call people by first names. Mr. Ramaphosa, Honorable Ramaphosa, that's what is allowed. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, House Chair. Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, as you want it to be. We must be a nation obsessed with jobs. Any conversation anywhere must start by how many jobs have we created now as we speak, and how many jobs are we willing to create for the young people of South Africa. We must deal with Nyaupe and all illicit drugs in our streets. The fight against Nyaupe, TIC, and other illicit drugs in our street is a fight that we must have to win, all of us. It's a fight that needs courageous and decisive leadership, not these things of Mr. Ramaphosa. Lastly, House Chair, as we remember the youth of 1976, the youth who told their parents at the beer hall that enough is enough. We want to send a very strong warning to the governing party and leadership at the various spheres of government. Young people are tired and are on the verge of unled revolution. There will be no winner, all of us who are going to be losers. As I'm about to finish, Chair, let's go to Mpumalanga. There's a crisis there in Mpumalanga. Young educators in Mpumalanga, posts are being sold there. Young people are not being employed there. These pensioners of the ANC and these unions of educators there, they are busy selling positions, they are busy selling posts for young people there. And we want to make it categorically clear that we are in now and we are going to go to their doorsteps and make sure that young people in South Africa, in Mpumalanga, across the country, get the jobs. Minister Ronald Lamula knows as he comes from Mpumalanga.
The gentleman looks like Julius. But we call point of order. You also must point us.
Okay, man, Hey. Order. I see your hand, Honorable Chabalan.
Thank you so much, House Chair. It's unfortunate that you pointing me after the speaker because I raised it during the debate. I think for future it's quite important that we adhere to the rules. The maiden speech, you're not supposed to make political commentary. You're supposed to speak to the content so that we assist that speaker because he made point of reference of debate and it's quite important. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chabalala. Your point of order is not attended. Honorable Mashiko. Honorable Mashiko. Honorable Mashiko.
Order, Chairperson.
Honorable Mashiko. Please rise. Please rise. Honorable Mashiko, please rise. Honorable Mashiko.
Remove it from
Honorable Mashiko, addressing you. I am addressing you. I don't know what you are doing. I want you to listen to the presiding officer. You continue to make interruptions. You are not interjecting, which is allowed. You continue to make noise from there across the floor. And I want you to refrain from doing that. Thank you. Please take your seat. I now recognize Honorable Zondo.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Just take a seat, Honorable
Point of
Zondo.
order, Chair.
Just take a seat. There's a point of order.
Thank you, House Chair. I think it is also necessary to point out that the honorable member.
What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
He used a word to call our member Madluput. And he must correct that. He must refrain from saying so. He must apologize, please.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will Honorable Mashiko. Honorable Mashiko. Honorable Teza, you are not going to speak while the presiding officer is on the platform. Honorable Mashiko, did you utter those words?
I not hear the word, Chair.
Madluputu. Honorable Mashiko, did you utter those words? Thank you, Honorable Member and Honorable Mashiko. I have already addressed you, so I'm not going to repeat what I said. Thank you. Honorable Zondo, please take the platform.
Person, Honorable Mashiro must withdraw.
We are also now. We are that. Sorry, I did not even give you the platform. I did not than him. Honorable better than him. Honorable Shikwambana. Honorable Shikwambana. Honorable Shikwambana. He must withdraw. Honorable Shikwambana. Honorable Shikwambana. He must withdraw. Honorable Shikwambana. Withdraw his words, that patient. Honorable Shikwambana, please stand. Honorable Shikwambana, please stand. I'm going to ask other members, because I'm not going to repeat what I'm doing. Honorable Shikwambana, if you are still the new kid on the block, I'm going to assist you. When you want an attention from the presiding officer, you do not just get onto the mic and speak. You ask for attention if it's a point of order, you do that. It's not allowed what you do to just address another member in the manner that you're doing. Honorable Naledi,
Chairperson, Chair,
Honorable
Chair.
Naledi, I am not addressing you.
there's no
I am
children.
not addressing you, Honorable Naledi.
There's no children.
Take a seat, Honorable Shikwambana. Thank you. I'm not going to repeat, Honorable Naledi.
But you are also petty.
I'm not
You
going to
can't
repeat.
be my child.
Thank you. Switch off that mic. Honorable Zondo, please go ahead.
No.
Please go ahead, Honorable Zondo.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Yes, what's the point of order?
Chair. The point of order is on you, Chair. The reprimand that you gave the honorable member before was not related to the issue that has been raised now of him calling an honorable member with all kinds of degrading names. So we ask you to ask the other member. I don't know, I still don't know the names here. That member must withdraw that degrading reference that is made. We insist, Chair. Thank you.
Please take a seat, Honorable Khadebe.
This one.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, there's only one presiding land officer in the House. Once you have made a ruling, it cannot be challenged on the floor. They must just follow the due process in challenging whatever decision a presiding officer has made. So let us be spared this humiliation we are facing now, where the House is being disrupted. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khadebe. Honorable Zondo, please take your the platform and address the House.
No, Chair.
Chairperson.
Then Paramisi was raising up my hand.
I'm not taking any hands on this issue.
No, Chair. No, Chair. No, Chair.
I'm
No,
not
Chair.
doing that.
No, Chair.
My hand is up.
You must be fair.
My hand is up. My
I
hand
hope
is
it's a
up.
new point of order, Honorable Kaula.
Why do you jump
Take a
me?
seat, Honorable Zondo.
Ngiyabonga, Chair. Angizukusebenzisa lento yama rules. Wait, because iwona lawa enropha ngawo. Awukwa. No.
You are on the platform, Honorable Kaula.
Ngiyabonga, Chair.
Please drop those hands. There's a member on the platform. Drop those hands.
Ngiyabonani khona into wrong la, Chair. Umuntu nomuntu unesici sakhe asidalwe uNkulunkulu wakhe. Awukwazi wena la mina uzongibiza uthi mina ngesici somunye umuntu. Bese nizothi la nisebenzisa ama rules okudefendana. If ulana mawuzothi manje uzongibiza ngemcondo yami. You are wrong, totally wrong here in Parliament. Ngicela mangabe sizokwenza ubulungiswa la. Cela Honorable Mashiko. I withdraw. Mina nginemcondo la. Ngeke ungitshela uthi uzongibiza ngemcondo yami. Ukudelela lokho. Ngeke sivuma ukudelelwa lana.
Enkosi, Honorable.
Sidaliwe ngendlela efanayo.
Thank you, Honorable Kaula. Thank you.
Manje ngasuma withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable Kaula. Thank you.
Abuse uDokhuzana Honorable because of
Thank you, Honorable Kaula. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Please drop your hands. I will consider answered having listened to Honorable Mashiko, and I'll make the ruling before the end of the day. Thank you, Honorable Zondo.
Accepted that he called him
Point of order, Chair. 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 Point of order, Chair.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Honorable Mani, please drop your hand. Honorable Mani, I'm asking you to drop your hand. I'm going to address the House. Please drop your hand. Please switch off the mic, Honorable Mani. Thank you. Honorable Sikwambana, Honorable Sikwambana, you're not going to speak while the presiding officer is speaking. Honorable Mashiko, having agreed and admitted that you mentioned that name, I'm going to ask you that you withdraw what you said.
No, I never said it is my report. I never said so.
Honorable Mashiko,
I never said so.
Honorable Mashiko,
I never said so.
okay. Thank you. Honorable Mashiko. Honorable Mashiko, take a seat. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. Thank you.
No, Chair.
Please take a seat, Honorable Mashiko. Please take a seat and switch off the mic, please. Please switch off the mic. I have asked Honorable Mashiko to withdraw. He's indicated he did not say it. I'm going to go back to my ruling that I will consider. I'm on the floor. You don't speak while the presiding officer is on the floor. Please switch off your mic. How? Please switch off your mic. I am going to consult Hansard and I will make a ruling, and that ruling will take into account whatever that Honorable Mashiko has said in the House. Thank you very much. Honorable Zondo, please proceed.
Chair, on a point of order. House Chair, Mr. Mashiro admitted that. He said that way.
No, thank
So you must withdraw.
No, thank you, member. I've asked, please take a seat. Please take a seat. I've heard you. Please take a seat. Please take a seat.
Take my seat.
Thank you. Please take a seat.
Take my
I've heard you. I've heard you. I've heard you. Thank you.
Let Mashiro withdraw first.
Please take a seat.
Let Mashiro withdraw first.
Please take a seat.
I'll take my seat.
Are you refusing to take a seat?
Take my seat after Mashiro.
Are you refusing to take a seat?
I'll take my seat. Let Mashiro withdraw first.
Switch off that mic.
Why?
Please switch off that mic.
Oh, why?
Please switch off that mic.
Why? Because I'm raising a point of order here.
I'm not going to repeat this.
I'm raising a point of order.
I'm not going to repeat this.
What?
I have asked you.
Point of order. The point of order is that Mashiro must withdraw.
Thank you, member. Thank you, member. I've listened to your point of order. Please sit down.
Sitting down. Let Mashiro sit down.
Please sit down.
I'm sitting down.
Switch off your mic.
What?
Switch off your mic. Thank you. I'm going to repeat the ruling that I will consult Hansard on both the responses of Honorable Mashiko and will make a ruling on that basis. We now are proceeding. Honorable Zondo, please take the podium. Please, Honorable Zondo.
Honorable Chairperson, with Youth Day on Friday, 16th of June, 2023, it is a reminder about where we're coming from and the role of young people played in building the new South Africa. In 1976, there was a struggle against the education system, compromised future, then they couldn't allow the status quo to continue. Fast forward to today. The IFP notes with very serious concern.
Point of order. Sorry to interrupt, Honorable. Chair, ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha.
What is the point of order, Honorable
Yes, madam.
Kaula? What's the point of order?
Ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha.
What's your point of order?
Yile yokuthi kuwena kufuneka masila usitreat ngendlela efanayo. Uyabona lento enzo Honorable Mashiko. Yinto esiyala ezikoleni njengoba uyibona izingane zilwa.
Thank you, Honorable Kaula. I have ruled on that matter.
If kwakumuntu ANC ungasho ukuthi akaphumi.
Thank you, Honorable Kaula. I've ruled on that matter. Please don't repeat that. Please sit down, Honorable Kaula. Please sit down. Honorable Zondo, please continue. Honorable Zondo, please continue.
Chairperson, my hand is up.
I'm not taking a point of order on this. There's a speaker on the platform. I've made a
Please
ruling.
allow me to speak.
I've made a ruling on this matter.
Please allow us.
I've made a ruling on this matter.
You are very inconsistent.
Thank you.
Please allow us.
Honorable Zondo, please continue.
The IFP noted with very serious concern the skyrocketing youth unemployment figures released by the recent Stats SA in their latest survey. Young people bear the burden and they need to stand up. It is high time that the government acknowledge that youth unemployment in our country is a ticking time bomb that can explode anytime. According to Stats SA, almost 5 in every 10 young people in South Africa don't have a job. If we are serious about growing our economy, rolling out skill development, improving our educational system, and the access in the implementation of Fourth Industrial Revolution, we must ensure that our youth find dignified employment. We can no longer afford more summits to diagnose the same issue year in, year out. As the IFP, we've been long advocating for youth ministry that will focus primarily on the issues affecting young people. The government upload the quantity of people who have passed the matric, while the issue should be the quality of education, which is poor. Action is required now. Action in times of crisis required a strong, bold leadership, which will see the rapid expansion of government programs and intervention to curb the rising youth unemployment. The real face behind the unemployment by far are young people, are the hard-hit when it comes to addressing this unemployment issue. We need to address this scourge of unemployment faced by the youth in rural communities as well as in urban youth in the biggest cities in our country. Kuyihlazo hlalo istokfela esibizwa nge-NYDA namanye ama-agencies kahulumeni asephenduka indlela yokuhlomulisa iy'ngane nehlobo zabaholi beqembu elibusayo. Kuyathusa kakhulu ukuthi sizwe uhulumeni nongqongqoshe beyishaya isifuba ngey'namba zey'nhlelo zama-EPWP programs namanye ama-programs enziwa uhulumeni bewabize ngamathuba omsebenzi. Kuyihlazo lokho kithi njengabantu abasha ukuthi kuyothiwa ngesikhathi sethu kuthiwa amathuba omsebenzi lama-programs o-6 months, no 3 months, no 1 year, kuthiwa yiwona amathuba omsebenzi esiwathola lokho. Lokho kukusithuka. Kufanele sibuyekwe kwenziwe indlela entsha ezokwenza ukuthi abantu abasha bekwazi ukungena emsebenzini. Njenge-IFP, we've brought a private members bill through Honorable Van der Merwe elethi izixazululo ngokuntuleka kwamathuba omsebenzi kubantu bakithi. I'm lobbying you, colleagues, to support this bill because it will help us, our people in this country, to be at work. Young people, next year, the election, 2024 election, is our 1994. Let's go out and change the status quo. As the chairperson of the IFP Brigade and a member of parliament, I hope this debate will allow the cooperation of ideas in this assembly on how to fast track and create a job in all sectors to ensure that we save our economy and life of young people who are looking up to this house to give them solutions. Ngiyafisa ukuthi u-AFF no-ANC beyilungise le nkinga yabo. Sizokumela njalo ukuthi masizokhuluma indaba ey'serious ethinta abantu abasha. Kube nabantu abadala abazophazamisa ama-debate abantu abasha. Ekubeni vele bona bengasangeni kulezi nkinga esibhekene nazo. Abantu bakithi abasha abaney'nkinga zongabanaka amathuba omsebenzi, zongabathola amathuba okuhamba ey'koleni bofunda, kodwa kunabantu abadala ababhizi abasiphazamisayo. Iyekeni leyo nto leyo. Ayisisizi ngalutho. Sifuna ama-solutions la azosisiza ukuthi abantu bakithi bengene emsebenzini. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Briet.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The theme for this year's youth debate is 100% correct. We need decisive action to be taken to accelerate the socio-economic opportunities of the youth. But unfortunately, the trajectory that the ANC is sending this country on currently is not going to do that. When we talk about socio-economic opportunities, we tend to focus on youth post-schooling and into employment, but we need to shift our focus. Uplifting the youth and improving the socio-economic opportunities start from early childhood. From early childhood to young adulthood, there are several key objectives that emerge when we talk about socioeconomic mobility. These include access to early childhood education, secondary school funding and quality, and skills development and job matching into young adulthood. In South Africa, only 72%, that's 1.6 million children under the age of 6 years old, are enrolled to attend early learning programs. Concerningly, this figure was closer to 2 million before the COVID-19 pandemic. And the ANC dismally fails when it comes to early childhood development. Only 40% of ECDs are registered and 42% of programs aren't registered. And then only 52% of ECD staff members are actually qualified to do the necessary work. Another factor adding to this insecurity is the fact that ECDs are once again shifted from the Department of Social Development back to basic education. If we do not start concerning ourselves with the youth from the early childhood point of view, we cannot hope for a better outcome in teenage years. Another instance where the ANC are failing our youth is, and the effect is crippling due to socio-economic advancements, is in schooling. Besides the fact that we have a net loss of schools under the ANC's reign since 1994, we have seen schools less and less speak in mother tongue education and teach in mother tongue education. We have long seen that mother tongue education is what needs to happen with schooling, and that would improve significantly the advances. In 2015, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development ranked the education systems of 76 schools in high school as how they fared from maths and science. South Africa came 75th. That is second to last, only after Ghana. When it comes to literacy, the picture is as bleak. The latest progress in international reading literacy study released in 2016 revealed that some 78% of South African grade 4 pupils could not reach minimum reading benchmarks. That is compared to 4% internationally. The proportion of South African students that complete from grade 1 to grade 12 fluctuates between the 40% mark. And with these horrific stats, one wonders why the ANC continually focuses on tertiary education, on primary and secondary education. But if we look at tertiary education, the ANC also fails dismally because we have a critical skills list and critical skills shortage, and we do not focus on those. Oh no, we focus on getting the nice degrees that look nice on a wall, but don't actually solve the problems in South Africa. What is also currently happening in South Africa is that the government is trying to legislate people into jobs. Let me be clear. We cannot legislate people into jobs. This latest employment equity legislation, if it is applied as is, the figures say that we will drop down our unemployment from 34 to 32%, a mere 2%. What are we going to tell the 32% that are still unemployed? We can only lift youth out of poverty by ensuring that they have jobs. We need to create an environment that is conducive for job creation, but we are not currently doing that. The only way we will do that, and I will conclude, is by—
Honorable members, time has expired. Just before you conclude, it's long expired. Thank you. Honorable Sukas.
Honorable Chairperson, among our greatest assets in this nation is not the minerals in our ground, nor the wealth we hold in our vaults. It is the arrows in our quiver that we can shoot into the future. Our youth is the reflection of our hope. In this regard, our continent, Africa, and our country, South Africa, are rich in assets indeed. When we reflect on the struggle for our democracy, the role of the youth and the ability of leaders to inspire a generation are the key elements worth reflecting on. Many of us sitting in this house were inspired to achievement and to walk into purposeful determination to become somebody, to strive towards the dream of a better South Africa like the leaders who came before us. We should ask ourselves, are we doing the same? One of our Khoisan leaders this past weekend evoked the memory of Ashley Creel in his submission at the Bellable public hearings. Ashley Creel is iconic in memory, but maybe the best hero to describe the potential that is latent in our communities. Youth like Ashley Creel live forever in our memories. And in the history of our country, they will remain forever young, forever the symbol of what the struggle for freedom hoped to achieve, a just society. We are, however, failing miserably to create a just society for all. And one of the things we do not address enough is how do we rehabilitate youth, and how to use restorative justice to rehabilitate young offenders and offer them a way out of gangs. We have little to no interventions that target the young person who gets left behind either through circumstance or poor decision-making. Our biggest challenge in the communities that I come from, the communities of Bonteheuwel, Athlone, Kimberley, Eldorado Park, Easterus, and Hillbrow, is rising unemployment and crime. Black and colored youth are most at risk to become targets of crime or being drawn into crime that may ultimately rob them of their best years. In South Africa today, we have over 4.9 million unemployed youth. It is a staggering figure. Unemployment robs our youth of their dignity and their agency. We said, an injury to one is an injury to all. This was the mantra we chanted in every protest, every march during the 80s. That generation is in this house today. They occupy the places of authority in society, and they are building businesses. Our youth needs us to revisit the place at a moral and emotional level where we were once consumed by the cause for justice and a better South Africa. It is a place of true moral authority and servant leadership. Lastly, the ACDP today want to reiterate our call for the implementation of the National Senior Certificate for Adults. We believe that this would provide the opportunity for youth between the ages of 21 to 35 to re-enter the system, to further their studies, and to become more marketable.
Honorable members, time has expired. Thank you. Honorable Ngwangwa. Honorable Gwangwa, Honorable Bafuzeyabo.
Razor blade.
Honorable House Chair, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to speak on the real challenge that is facing our young people in this country. It is disheartening to hear people who are followed by a legacy of the oppression of the Africans, who are now under the thumb of drug abuse, substance abuse, live in gang-ridden communities because of apartheid special planning. The legacy of apartheid special planning remains etched in the province of the Western Cape. You see it amplified in Cape Town. Communities are demarcated by racial classes and connotations. Till this day, they speak of 29 years that the African National Congress has been in charge. They forget they've been in charge of this province since 2004, and apartheid spatial planning remains. Young people of color, young people who are African, they are still under the oppression of poverty under their government. It is a chip on their shoulder to say that the African National Congress has failed, where they have done even worse, maintaining the legacy of apartheid in their own province, where they govern unassisted by anybody. I'm saying, the youth of 1976 showed us what the harnessed power of young people can achieve when sufficiently agitated. Their bravery is celebrated ad infinitum. As a developmental state, we are faced with a youth bulge, and only two pathways stand in front of us. Turn it into a demographic dividend or face a demographic bomb. The choice, however, must be made collectively by government, business, and all social actors who stand to benefit or reap doom from this cohort. Business needs to partner with the ANC government as a matter of urgency to tackle youth unemployment and the high barriers of entry into the labor market. We know the practices that private business carries on within those offices, where they use certain methods of employment to segregate those of color from those who are previously advantaged. We know those practices. Business must come to the party if we are to resolve the problem of the youth bulge that is facing all of us. The African National Congress celebrates Youth Month with an understanding that the needs of the youth must be at the center of our program for social economic transformation for their benefit and that of our nation. The truth is that South African youth constitute almost a third of our population, above 17.8 million human beings. It is therefore important for us to fully recognize and equip with specific emphasis this important section of our society, the youth. Honorable members, youth participation is not only a question of quantity, but also of quality and their actual influence where they are placed. When youth manage to get positions in decision-making bodies, the question is not only about what percentage they represent, but also what space and actual opportunity is given to them to have their suggestions, ideas, and priorities considered. We therefore believe in working and shaping the qualitative interventions for young people to realize their own emancipation. In Gauteng, listen very carefully, through the Presidential Youth Employment Stimulus Program, the province has provided more than 100,000 youth with workplace experience. In the recent State of the Province address, the Premier made strong commitments that 152,000 young people would be employed by the provincial government. From that, 100,000 for the APWP program. This assures us to see that work is being done. It is great progress to see the strides the government of the ANC has made in addressing the challenge of youth unemployment, with the employment tax incentive getting expanded to encourage businesses to hire more young people in large numbers. We reiterate the call for the public and the private sector to remove the requirement for work experience for young people seeking entry-level positions. Removing barriers to entry and linking training opportunities with entry-level jobs will create ease of integration of the youth into workplaces. We need to see this in practical implementation. Honorable members, we need to work towards correcting and doing away with disparities, with timelines and targets set for addressing gender inequality in the market through policies that will equip young women with skills to compete for jobs with men and to increase funding for women-owned entities. The need for a methodology that is standardized and simplified that will provide for the equipping of young women is of great import. Young women have leveraged the digital economy, generating an income through social media, either selling goods through e-commerce or advertising for various brands. We should also support young artists in the creative sector. The likes of our comedian we love very much, Madruput. Digital transformation, information and communication technologies, and the knowledge economy will remain key drivers of economic development for the foreseeable future and contribute toward breaking gender barriers of entry to economic opportunities. Youth in innovation should be supported in order to build and develop companies that respond to the future needs of our economy. New industries are developing out of innovation. We should position the youth on the cutting edge of the global innovation ecosystem. In terms of closing the pay gap, dealing with sectors that were designed for young men to accommodate young women is critical. We need to increase the number of girls taking up science, technology, engineering, and mathematics subjects, and their absorption in various fields of science. Our country has wonderful opportunities in the space sciences. We manufacture satellites and host the square kilometer array in Carnarvon in the Northern Cape. We are glad that in Mpumalanga, the Premier has stated that 36 companies have been approved for funding with a total amount of 92 million disbursed thus far for young people. There are some 45 young females in that cohort of enterprises within sectors that are inclusive of mining, agriculture, manufacturing, transport, and logistics that benefited from the funding in Mpumalanga. We require an economy which is inclusive and in which new businesses can emerge and flourish, where young women can advance at all levels and in all areas of the economy. Chair, young people bear the brunt of social problems. They are more likely to live in poverty and are more likely to be involved in crime, violence, and substance abuse. As they transition to full adulthood, it becomes important to ensure that when they require financial assistance to further their studies, they are assisted. We have seen NSFAS becoming a full grant that covers full educational related costs, full tuition fees, accommodation, allowance, meals, and travel for those that come from poor households. This has benefited many over the years and played a huge role in ensuring that past inequalities are addressed. We are able to even point others on my left who are beneficiaries of NSFAS. Today, they're able to speak with accent.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Your time has expired. Honorable Zungula on the virtual platform. Honorable Zungula.
Thank you, Chair. There is a growing level of dissent from young people who feel dejected in their own country. This frustration is led by the exclusion from participating in the economy. As a young person, I understand how blessed I am to be entrusted with the responsibility of representing my peers. In many engagements with young people, the following has always been ventilated. Number one, there is a lack of support for extramural activities in our schools and communities. There are more taverns and bars than libraries and skills development centers. Young people no longer have educational entertainment and are fully raised by the streets. The huge disconnect between private schools compared to the poor conditions in public schools is devastating. Corruption is a killer of dreams and opportunities. From NEFSAS to the NYDA, young people's dreams are killed on a daily basis. Students are not receiving their allowances in time or at all, whilst the funding cap is deliberately done to keep poor students out of the educational system. Young women are asked for sex in exchange for funding for their businesses. Young business people are made to pay inchoncho for their invoices to be paid. Young South Africans are tired of drugs, human and sex trafficking by unknown and untraceable people who are ravaging their communities. They complain that not a single industry or part of the economy is reserved for them, whilst undocumented immigrants seemingly have more rights and opportunities than they do in their own country. Young teachers are tired of being street-level officials. They want to be involved in the decision-making processes too. Stop teaching young people an outdated curriculum and teaching methods in an ill-equipped facilities. Transform the education system such that it focuses on tradable skills that allow young people to penetrate all sectors of society. Our country is falling apart because the necessary skills have been rooted out of the education system. Our young people are trained to be job seekers instead of job creators. Young people want a revamped TVET sector that is better aligned with the needs of the country. Germany, Japan, etc. have all focused on upskilling their young people and ensuring that they've got tradable skills rather than stuffing everyone into universities. We can't want to be a manufacturing hub without ensuring that our TVET sector is aligned with the needs of the economy. Sectors should be prevalent in our colleges and ensure that the vocational and technical skills that are taught are put into use. South Africa needs to do away with the age 35 cap for jobs and internships. Our country can't afford to have an entire generation of disgruntled young people that are kept out of the workspaces and are dependent on grants. Many families depend on these young people. Young people, you have an opportunity to correct all of this next year by voting ATM. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Jafta from the platform.
Yes.
Jimmy,
As we mark this year's Youth Day, more than 40% of the young people are not in active employment. Young people today bear the brunt of poverty, of exclusion, and of economic inactivity. For those with university education, there is equally no glimmer of hope. This is chiefly necessitated by steep job requirements and misaligned education system. For those in active employment, there is a recurring theme of income inequality. In our 2019 manifesto, we dedicated a section on a feasible developmental plan to rescue our country from the clashes of high unemployment rate. This included introducing a compulsory graduate program for every company with turnover of 30 million, developing a model around an enterprise development plan linked to enterprising young people emerging out of university. Botswana has a similar model, creating a tech hub in Cape Town to merge the skills of experienced tech-savvy professionals with those of enterprising young talent, establishing special economic and industrial zones to bolster our industrial capacity in demarcated areas such as processing, refinery, packaging, logistics, and alcohol brewing, introducing a preferential procurement regime for enterprises owned by women and enterprising young people. While these solutions are not exhaustive, we believe they can go a long way in eroding the crisis of unemployment in our communities. We have solutions and require both servant and bold leadership to reinvent the wheel. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jafta. Honorable Saitulu.
Honorable House Chairperson, every year we gather in this House to debate historical events that led to the liberation of our people and the democracy which we so enjoy. Every year we hear from those on my right how young people fought the liberation and the subsequent democracy, more specifically the youth of 1976. How tragic that those on my right have done everything in their power to undermine and spit on the legacy of those who tragically died fighting for democracy, the democracy which we so enjoy today. What a shame. A sorry excuse of a government that continues to kill the dreams, hopes, and aspirations of young people in this country through corruption that has contributed to one of the highest youth unemployment rates in the world. Honorable House Chairperson, corruption is a cancer that eats away at the heart of society. It undermines public trust in institutions, fosters cynicism and apathy, and most importantly, it robs the youth of opportunities. The facts, as we know them today, is that we have an ANC government that is more interested in lining their own pockets and serving the communities. It is the youth who subsequently suffer. Promising jobs and contracts go to those with connections rather than to those with talent and integrity. The poster boy of corruption and the killer of opportunities, one Edwin Sodi, is a perfect example of just how this ANC is never and will never be interested in young people in this country. The incapable ANC is incapable of advancing the interest of young people because to them, young people are an inconvenience. The corruption that exists within the governing party has systematically led to a society that is unfair, unequal, where the rules are rigged against those without wealth and influence. Chairperson, South Africa has one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. And regardless of the hot air and rhetoric from all ANC speakers here today, it is the youth who are particularly hit hard. Despite the depressing state of affairs created and enabled by this ANC government, I know for a fact that young people in this country are resilient. I know for a fact that young people are tired of hearing about the millions and the billions that are sent back to national treasury by ANC governing provinces and municipalities. I know for a fact that young people are tired of the hot air and the rhetoric from ANC speakers year in, year out. They are tired of hearing about the struggles of the youth of 1976 when this very government has manufactured and systematically created every struggle faced by a young person in this country. Young people are tired, and whatever is said here on this podium by ANC speakers, they cannot relate to. But that's the ANC for you, forever living in the past and talking about the past without any idea on how to build for the future. Young people are tired of the ANC. Young people deserve a government that will tackle corruption head on. They deserve a government that will demand that our public officials act with integrity and transparency, and that accountability be the order of the day. They deserve a government that will create jobs, particularly in those areas that have been hardest hit by the economic downturn. Young people deserve a government that will provide training and education opportunities that will prepare them with the skills they need in order to succeed in the job market. In 2024, young people deserve a DA-led government because whether those on our right like it or not, the Moonshot Pact is exactly what young people have been waiting for. In fact, young people are going to be active participants in removing this ANC government from power. I thank you.
You. I now recognize Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson.
Just a pause, Honorable Masiko. I want them to fix your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, young people in the length and breadth of the country who are following this debate via different platforms. Sithi kinina nibezwe oda ningabalaleli. Yebo laba bangapha wona umsindo ukhona and mkhulu kodwa abasho lutho ningalinge nje nibalalele. Honorable Chairperson, it remains an honor and a privilege for me to participate in this Youth Day debate, as just under 3 days we will mark 47 years since the Soweto student uprising that took place on the 16th of June, 1976. A day that ushered a decisive turning point in the liberation struggle of South Africa. As we commemorate this day, we applaud the University of KwaZulu-Natal under this ANC-led government in bestowing a befitting honor to the youth of South Africa by recently awarding the late Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Dr. Bavelile Gloria Hlongwa, an honorary doctorate of administration posthumously. The great daughter of the soil, Comrade Bavelile, spearheaded the cause not only for women, but for youth, and left us a strong legacy to carry forward the struggle towards the realization of a better living environment for the vulnerable groups and young people in particular. Honorable members, we shall forever be indebted to the youth of South Africa who sacrificed their lives for our own freedom. We celebrate the enormous contribution of the different generations of young people who played a role in the realization, the freedom of South Africa we now enjoy. In commemorating their sacrifice, we acknowledge the critical role played by young Black women of the 1976 generation in the fight against the white supremacist education system. We continue to remember their names and identities of these young women who rarely appear even when victims of the 16 June massacre are evoked in public dialogues, intellectual discourse, or media reports. Our revolutionary fist shall always rise in honor of young women like Hemina Leroka, Antoinette Sithole, Sibongile Mkhabela, whose names, like many other young women who died, remains unknown. We remain resolute that their fighting spirit remains alive. The question of the emancipation of the youth must never cease. It is through their sacrifices that we as young people walk through these very corridors of power. We learn from those that have walked before us that we have a duty to care for all, a duty to serve our country and the people with dedication, commitment, sacrifice, loyalty, respect, selflessness, and patriotism, which is not known on this side. We must therefore uphold these values as we continue with the daily struggles towards fostering meaningful youth participation in the economy and revoking high barriers to entry and other constraints that drive inclusive structural transformation. House Chairperson, in keeping with the vision of the 1976 generation, I can state without any fear of contradiction that as a country and a government, we have registered significant progress in promoting meaningful youth participation in the economy and promoting youth empowerment. An area of measures introduced by this progressive government to promote youth empowerment have no doubt improved the position and conditions of youth in this country and its economy. Various government-led initiatives have responded to the changing dynamics of our society, including responding to the main challenges facing our youth, including working towards alleviating the burdens of the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. To slyly and unequivocally denounce or reject these efforts.
Honorable Masiko, just take a pause and take your seat. I see a hand. Honorable Mani is at a point of order.
Chairperson, I was wondering if a member can take a question.
Honorable Masiko, are you?
I
ready
sit
to take a
down,
question?
Okay, we've agreed that we will not allow old people to disturb the debate.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take
Thank
the
you.
questions after.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. To slightly or unequivocally denounce or reject these efforts and the development they seek to usher under this government is like the emperor who paraded naked because he was ashamed to express what was. We can assure young people that their cries have not fallen on deaf ears. As the ANC, we recognize young people as future leaders of this country that will lead the future generations of tomorrow, just as the youth of yesterday. In this current era, marked by remarkable connectivity, we find ourselves surrounded by a generation that holds immense potential and boasts unprecedented numbers. With 1.8 billion individuals between the ages of 10 and 24, they represent the largest cohort of young people in history. What's more is that close to 90% of them reside in developing countries where they form a substantial portion of the population. Economic participation therefore becomes crucial in leveraging the potential of South African youth population. By actively involving the youth in economic activities, we contribute to creating opportunities for entrepreneurship, innovation, and job creation. Their fresh perspectives and creativity can drive economic growth, foster technological advancement, and fuel market expansions. The ANC-led government must therefore use progressive interventions such as the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act to lower the barriers to entry for youth-owned SMMEs. The youth elements in both the Triple PFA and Triple BEE must be realized with strong elements of deliberately involving youth within the opportunities available to them. Honorable members, we need to also expedite the implementation of the mining sector youth empowerment strategy and implementation plan and the youth in energy sector strategy and implementation plan. I have no doubt that everyone here agrees with me that although there are inroads in the mining sector regarding social labor plans in investment on social infrastructure, the enterprise development, which is targeted at youth enterprises, is urgently required. Honorable members, In this revised strategy, the ANC-led government has heeded the call for youth involvement to be prioritized and deliberate efforts to be made to attract youth to be supported to play a role in sustainable agriculture and food security is important. In conclusion, South Africa must recognize the opportunity presented by its youthful population and take action. By promoting youth inclusion and creating an enabling environment, the country can unlock the potential of its young people and achieve a prosperous future for all. The former Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Kofi Annan, counseled us that we should provide opportunities to young people if we are to propel our countries to greater heights. He said, and I quote, "Young people should be at the forefront of global change and innovation, empowered. They can be key agents for development and peace. If, however, they are left on society's margins, all of us will be impoverished. Let us ensure that all young people have every opportunity to participate fully in their lives and in their societies. Asimanga, siyakuba, asinamona, asinanzondo, sidumisa ANC. Siyabonga.
Malibongwe.
I now recognize Honorable Hanif Hendricks. Honorable Hendricks from the virtual platform.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, in Kolosili, Wuma is Al-Jama's candidate for Ward 7 by-election in Finetown and Innerdale. A young person that is going to be elected as a ward councillor and will further stabilize the city of Johannesburg. What I liked about him is that he said there is no Finetown, there is no Innerdale, there's only Ward 7. We should not have an African area and a colored area, but we should have one ward. And I was working the ground with him, Honorable Chair, for the last week, and young people are excited that young people are getting an opportunity to get into government. Honorable House Chair, last night I inducted Maulana Zulhijjah Melanji as the leader of Al-Jama's Youth League. And this young leader is from the Tugela Ferry area at the Melanji village. And last week he had 741,000 followers on the social media platform. So there are leaders, young leaders that come forward that has the confidence of the youth to lead. And Al-Jama is in the forefront of giving young South Africans an opportunity to get into municipalities, into provinces, and into the national government. What's the space for 224, Honorable House Chair? We are very proud of Maulana Zulhijjah Melanji that is going to address Parliament when there is a youth parliament. You shouldn't be listening to me or other honorable members on Youth Day, Honorable House Chair. You should be listening to young people. We need to hear their voices, and Al-Jama is in the forefront of creating opportunities for young people to govern. South Africa needs young people to govern like Maulana Zulhijjah Melanji, 741,000 followers, and not only once, but several times on the social media platforms. Honorable House Chair, we salute the young people of 1976. I have captured all the photographs taken by Peter Mugobani in a book, and Honorable House Chair, honorable members must make an effort to watch those photos to see what's the struggles of the youth of 1976, and we hardly come near the struggles that they went through and the sufferings they went through. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. I was wondering why in the morning you're wearing a T-shirt, and now I know you are in the field for a by-election. Thank you. I now recognize Honorable De Villiers.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, being an entrepreneur and starting your own business is the ability to empower yourself. It is the ability to break free from poverty and unemployment. Starting your own business can not only put food on the table of your family, but can also put food on the table of the people you employ and their families. The youth are often wonderful entrepreneurs because they are resourceful, innovative, hopeful, and energetically work to make their ideas a reality. They often are the first to create new innovative ways to access the market via unconventional routes such as TikTok and YouTube, and market themselves as influencers of modern products and services that they were often designed by other young entrepreneurs. But Chair, these inspirational young entrepreneurs, startup founders, YouTubers, TikTokers, and influencers all face a common South African threat: constant and non-stop load shedding. There is no bigger threat to any South African small business, startup, or micro enterprise today than the lack of access to dependable electricity to run that business. This Youth Day, let it be clear, a young entrepreneur has very little hope to start and establish a business when they cannot even access reliable electricity. So the question is, what is the youth left to do? How can the youth take decisive action to turn the lights back on, start and run their businesses, and so accelerate and embrace entrepreneurial opportunities to transform the lives of not only themselves, but the people around them? In the Dieran Western Cape, Premier Alan Windey has started to facilitate the development of independent electricity generation so that the province will no longer be dependent on the ANC-run Eskom. So too has DA-run municipalities like the city of Cape Town and Stellenbosch, who are steadily driving towards creating and sourcing new electricity to turn the lights back on. On the other hand, the ANC promises change, but keeps us in the dark, with literally no light in the Eskom tunnel. Chair, if you are a young person in South Africa today, there is only one way to turn on the lights and give yourself and your business a chance to access reliable and stable electricity. And that action is to register yourself to vote and to vote for a party that has a plan to turn the lights back on. A party with an evidence-backed track record of creating employment and delivering services. A party that not only has solutions, but can get them done. Chair, in 2024, the DA calls on the youth to take decisive action and vote for jobs, vote for economic growth, vote for electricity, and vote for the chance to run their own business, because only the DA can turn the lights back on.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I see the readiness to vote. I now recognize Honorable Ngola.
Honorable Vice Chair, I was tempted to move a motion that we must call IEC here. It looks like people are already on the polls. We are here discussing serious issues confronting young people. But people are busy with the campaign trail. That everything must stop. That everything must stop because we want to be voted for. And the reason why they keep on losing, but I'm making noise, we are old for this. But what makes them lose more is because they are campaigning at wrong places. You use a podium of parliament where you are supposed to bring propositions on how do we attend and deal to issues facing young people. But you come here and campaign when the vote is in the VT, is not here in this podium. That's why they keep on losing elections. Honorable House Chair, South Africa is characterized by high levels of unemployment, economic exclusion,
and inequality. Within our fragmented and unequal society, youth experience the highest levels of social dislocation and marginalization. Young people, as a result, perceive the socio-economic system as unresponsive to their needs, identity, and aspirations. In a very real sense, they are outsiders, not by choice, but by circumstance. In many instances, undereducated, excluded from the economy.
Honorable Ngola, please take your seat. We cannot hear the speaker on the podium. And the noise is so because I have observed that both aisles are busy talking whilst the speaker is on the platform. We want to hear the speaker on the platform. I'm going to, Honorable Bafuze, Honorable Bafuze. I'm addressing members. I'm addressing members. There's a speaker on the platform that we want to hear. Honorable Ngola, please take your podium.
Thank you very much, Chair. In a very real sense, they are outsiders, not by choice, but by circumstance. In many instances, undereducated, excluded from the economy, and living on the outskirts of urban centers with few services and opportunities to change their lives. These objective factors drive high risk and antisocial behavior such as substance abuse, crime, and unsafe sex, which in a classic vicious cycle further reinforce and exacerbate vulnerability and dislocation. We need to urgently confront the challenge of breaking this vicious cycle. The vulnerability of South Africa's youth is nowhere more evident than in the labor market. South Africa has an extremely youthful population. Those under the age of 35 constitute almost 70% of the population. Having a youth population is often viewed as a critical asset for unlocking growth and development potential. There is a strong international evidence to suggest the youth are the most innovative, risk-taking, and entrepreneurial. And as new entrants in the economy, they are most likely to stimulate both productivity and demand. This energy must be guided in the right direction and correctly infused in the administration of government and in decision-making for developmental purposes. That's why we brought what we call 40% Walombal. Despite the commendable efforts by government and other strategic partners, over the past 29 years, the relative insufficiency to interrogate young people as strategic partners in national development process remains a major concern. If we accept the participation as in the very essence of development, then conscious efforts on the part of government constructively engage and mainstream young people must become a central plank of national development strategies. The growing structural unemployment experienced by the youth and the low growth trap can easily become a burden for our country instead of dividend. With youth employment reaching unprecedented levels, thereby making the youth vulnerable to alcohol, drugs, and gang-related activities. The interventions made by the insular government in introducing the social relief of distress grant at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic was critical in mitigating the negative effects of unemployment experienced by the young. We strongly believe that this grant should be used as a springboard to advance a basic income grant to enable the youth to transition employment and entrepreneurship. In the State of the Nation address, President Ramaphosa emphasized that small, medium, and micro enterprises and cooperatives represent the critical component that are integral to addressing the triple challenges of job creation, poverty, and inequality in South Africa. These critical levers play a pivotal role in driving economic growth, employment innovation, and competitiveness. However, challenges such as red tape and access to finance remain an impediment for startups and the sustainability and survival of SMMEs. Interventions are in place to decisively deal with these impediments. We further need to guide the vast majority of our youth towards entrepreneurship. Key to achieving this will be more inclusive innovation and technology transfer, special support for startups through youth incubators, product development, and market readiness support, and targeted financial support with customized instruments from development finance institutions and private banks. This will, among other things, require the ring-fencing of funding for enterprises, particularly those owned by women, young Black women. African women in this country have suffered extensive oppression. Many continue to be vulnerable to abuse and violence. Some of these challenges are rooted in patriarchy, others in capitalist mode of production, and others in biology. As a consequence, many impoverished women are unable to afford sanitary towels. There is therefore an urgent need to subsidize and improve the governance of sanitary towels. It is a basic human need for young women that must be met. The support required for young people and SMMEs must be infused in the priorities of all spheres of government and government departments. This, however, cannot be done by government alone. Once again, we call on the private sector to strengthen their practical contribution towards youth development by embarking on public-private partnerships wherever possible. The opportunities which young people now have can only be sustained and extended if all sectors of society can join hands, support youth development. The challenge we have as the youth of today is to emulate the revolutionary and exemplary role of the youth of 1976 and assume its rightful role in the development of our society. We must continue to organize and mobilize our youth to advance the struggle against poverty and unemployment. The youth ought to be at the vanguard of the popular movement towards our program of renewal and demonstrate their commitment in education, in health, in addressing unemployment, and in skills development. Education remains at the core of our efforts to build a generation of youth that will lead the country with diligence and take it to the new heights. We have a powerful potential in our youth, and we must have the courage to change old ideas and practices so that we may direct their power towards good ends. The young do not know enough to be prudent, and therefore they attempt the impossible and achieve it generation after generation. It must never elude us that today's youth represent tomorrow's leaders, and our failure to adequately prepare them for the responsibilities of tomorrow will only propel the country to a downward spiral and a bleak future. Let us all rise and be architects of our own destinies. Honorable House Chair, a lot of speakers have come to the podium denouncing the programs that the government is doing in uplifting the lives of young people. But what shocked us very much is that a beneficiary of NSFAS that is now here proving to be capable through an education funded by ANC-led government came here and said this government is doing nothing. Of course, the same speaker, Chair, says they hear from the left that young people stood up and fought for freedom. Of course, that is the only side where they can hear that, because that is the side that was at the forefront of fighting freedom. His masters on the other side were the actual perpetrators against those liberation movement activists. So he would not have heard it anywhere else except this side. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My time is over.
Young lion, bua, young lion, bua.
Order, members. Order. I request that members stand.
No, it's out of order, that
I
one.
request that members stand and allow the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the debate in the business of the day. The House.
Bua, young lion. Long live youth league, long live.